Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, May the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Hey, guys, just give me one moment. I have an echo. Just give me one moment. All right, echo's gone. So, LSDI, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds Incorporated, guys. LSDI, yeah, we couldn't find any real news. William found some form that was filed. I guess that's it. LSDI, very low float, 1.5 million in the float. Look at the volume, 22 million. I mean, it's amazing. I have no, as you said the same thing, William, you don't really know what that form indicates, but unbelievable. I mean, this was a 57-cent stock. I actually saw it in the pre-market, but I don't really like to trade stocks under a dollar. Took my eye off it. Next time I looked, it was $1.50. Man, no, the echo was on my end, Green. Now, we don't have GME or AMC today. Well, I mean, we do have them, but I don't think they're going to be that dynamic. Could be wrong. I mean, GME actually low of 32 did get up to 37, but it probably won't be like the last couple of days. Interestingly, there are still shorts available. Now, the last time I looked yesterday, there were a million shorts available for GME. Now there are 400,000, so they've almost more than half of them been snapped up. Anybody in YouTube, maybe you can give me a heads up also that you can see my screen and hear me. Thank you. Under Armour, guys. Under Armour, all-time low now. Under Armour, UAA. This is earnings play. Not quite an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down. Well, it is an all-time low. Yes, it's 609. So we are at an all-time low for Under Armour. Which amuses me because I still have a ton of Under Armour garments that I wear. I think the problem with Under Armour, they don't wear out. So, but I use them for working out. My t-shirts I use for trading and all that, so they just don't wear out. Anyway, thank you, Drew and Les in our YouTube room. That will is from Interactor Brokers. Okay, that is SLB. If you have Interactor Brokers, it's from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is a buyout, guys. TSRI is a buyout. It's a flatlining. So this is a buyout, all cash buyout. SPIR is an earnings play. So this could be interesting. Looking at the daily chart, a weekly chart, the next low is around 7, so this is at 857 right now. Earnings play, gapping down on earnings. This was an IPO, I guess, from yesterday. JDZG, an IPO from yesterday. In the pre-market, got up to 1165. Yesterday it closed. Or, okay, my weekly chart is jumping around here. If you're where it might have closed around 620. So yeah, that could be interesting. Probably a China IPO from yesterday. The Goose, Canada Goose. Where are you? There you are. Goose is an earnings play. Looks like the next highs are around 1377 on the weekly chart. This is something that I'd be looking to fade. I just don't see it holding its gains. Certainly, Canada Goose has lost its its allure, mystique, whatever you want to call it. Nobody cares anymore about Canada Goose. John Deere. John Deere is actually an earnings play. or down? The gap down on earnings. John Deere, there we are, down 5%. DE, expensive stock, but some of you don't mind, maybe you play options in it. I don't know. But John Deere, I'm hearing IQ. Oh, I must be on the way down. IQ, I'm hearing on the way down. I, yeah, IQ is an earnings play, actually. IQ is an earnings play. So we had some job numbers, I guess, that came out at 8:30. The initial jobless claims at 8:30, housing starts and permits at 8:30, and the Philly Fed business outlook. Lots of economic data at 8:30. It sort of affected it. Not much. Now, who's talking today? We've got Barr and Barkin at 10 o'clock, two Fed presidents. Then we've got Harker at 10:30. Then we've got Mester at 12. And then we've got just before the market closes, Bostic at 3:50. So 10 o'clock, we've got a couple of the Fed presidents talking, Barr and Barkin. So keep an eye out for that. If they have any effect on short-term market. And William, you stuck around for Cisco. Cisco had earnings after hours yesterday. Yeah, still up for the day, but you're suggesting it had a great initial pop to earnings. It's a big float, 13 billion in the float. So they're out of Victoria, not Vancouver, Victoria, BC, capital of BC. I wonder if it's really cannabis, Casa. I mean, I'm reading what they do. To me, I mean, LSD, psychotropics. I mean, I don't know if they have anything really to do with cannabis, according to, but obviously this may not be completely up to date. This business summary that we've got. At any rate, in that sector, ASTS guys, I think this is another earnings play. I just think it's coming into too much resistance on the weekly chart. That's why, to me anyway, it's not that interesting. I mean, it's up 30%. Big float, 115 million in the float, but I think it's coming into a lot of resistance. Yes, green trades, yes. And I think I remember reading stuff years later on it saying, no, 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 it was not a reference to that at all. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors. So we're in for basically, well, right now, a flat open. All right, so what you're seeing here are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy, 63% in red. That means that 63% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And I don't see any big CVX. Maybe this is an earnings play, CVX. Nope. So just doing a quick scan of if there's anything, some kind of an outlier. So what do I mean by that? So for instance, Yeah, so the sectors, there's not really a hammered hard sector today or one that's way up. Consumer staples, 75%. What I'm really looking for though is say there was a sector up, well, 75, 80%, and yet there was one stock, one or two stocks that were really down. That is what I'd be looking at. But as you can see, there is nothing like that. No point in looking at the sectors now, guys, to see how close they are to the 200-day moving average. As we know, the SPY's at an all-time high. And William was talking about UNG, something I've never ever traded. You guys seem to trade it a lot, or some of you seem to trade it a lot. Yeah, look at that. That's obviously a pretty big pop here for UNG. FXI is this is the China one, right? Yeah, that's a large cap. I usually look at KWEB, but this is another way to monitor the China stocks. FXI, and there's KWEB here. So FXI is actually up more than KWEB. Now, maybe today will be the day I can devote a little more time to that. This is to the next highs and lows. I have to admit, I mean, the GME had me transfixed for the last 3 days, trying to figure out a way to trade it. Certainly wide ranges. You guys are talking about SMFL. I see SMFL right here now. All right, guys, let's see if there's anything kind of interesting. I mean, there's the GME and the AMC. GME is down more than AMC. I just think they've probably run their course. Well, certainly the big 20-day moves could be completely wrong. Well, the 20-day moves for GME. I could be completely wrong, but did I say 20-day moves? I meant 20 share price moves. All right, guys. Again, if you have our AI, this is what I would do only. Okay, just have this window, this screen. That's all, in my opinion, all you should really look at if you've got our AI. And to access that, you just click on New from the toolbar. And there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is a window that you're going to see. The only other thing I would do if you have see that filter box, if it doesn't say none, I would click that down arrow and uncheck whatever's checked. More than likely, it probably says profitable. Okay. I would uncheck it. I would follow the alerts all day long. Okay. Notice that the window is blank. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. At least 9:40. And it's amazing how many emails we get. We need a video. We need a video to show how to trade the AI. There is no video to show you how you trade the AI. Okay, you treat the AI like a watch list. But if you get an alert, there's no video that's going to say, okay, this is what you should do with that alert. No, my only recommendation is really simplify it. Just look at this screen. Okay, that's it. Never mind the AI channel. Well, they may not be. Yeah, I mean, we still may get like in GME, we still get may $5 swings, which is still significant. It's just I find GME harder to play when they have $20 swings. It's believe it or not, I find it easier. But trying to trade within a $5 range in GME, I have found in the past anyway. I'm not saying it's going to be a $5 range today. I mean, I could be completely mistaken. Well, the first thing you can do, I mean, you can take any one of the scans that I've got, if you've taken any one of the scans that I've got, and just put a big market cap. Okay. So for instance, if I didn't want to find these ones that are just going crazy all day long, all right, all I would do is something like this. And with any scan that I've got, or any scan that you may have made, just put a big market cap in there. So for instance, so if I duplicate this into a free floating window as an example. Yeah, I understand. These crazy ones are not for everybody. But if I reconfigure it and do a search, type in market cap. Market cap is here. Now, whatever you think would be a high market cap, a 1 billion. I'll just put 1 billion as an example. Okay. Now I may not get very many because to be up 3% with a billion in the float, but let's just see what happens. Okay. Well, there you go. So I think what you would rather do then is just to maybe put a minimum market cap in all your scans, so you're not seeing all these. Well, there's only one way a stock can be up. LSDI can be up 276%, and that's because it's a low float. You can also put a high float on. So also, again, whatever you think would be a high float. So if I put a float of again, I'll put 1 billion. So now we've got a market cap of at least a billion and a float of at least a billion. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so boom. Well, there's WMT right there. Okay. Now, if you want to see Nvidias and all those, then I just increase the price range. Oh, what price range? Well, no, I've got 50 cents. So I don't really have an upper price range. Okay. So this may be something that you would rather have. I can give this to you right now. Now, NVIDIA not showing up here is more than likely because, as an example, okay? Yeah, I mean, it's only up 0.34%. Okay. So I know you were just using it as an example, but what I would do then in any scan that you've got is I would maybe just put say 1 billion in the float and 1 billion market cap to start. Okay. And again, the reason why NVIDIA, I know you're saying you're using it as an example, but the reason why NVIDIA is not showing up in something like this is because my filter has to be up at least 3%. So if I took that out, just, if I put, you know, just having to be up, okay? And nothing changed. Why? Oh, there we go. Just took a while. So here you go. Okay. Here you're going to see all sorts of large cap stocks, but how you're going to trade them. I mean, if they're not really moving, you have to figure out a way to trade them. But if that's what you want to zero in on, by all means, go ahead. And there may only be a handful, and that might be the way to go. Yeah. Okay. Well, then that's the answer. Will. Okay. Increase your market cap. Increase your float. Okay. So I can give you this if you want. Okay. So, but you can take any scan then. I think that's what you should do. You should take any scan that you've got and just add the market cap, whatever you think is a high enough market cap, and a float. You can start off with 1 billion of each and see what happens. You will definitely not get these crazy ones, which is which again might be more the way you want to trade. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 9:21. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Morning, Delta. And LSDI just made another new high, didn't it? Yeah, LSDI just made another new high, pre-market high. Yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So the question is, what does the daily reversal scan for? So let's say stock was up big one day, now it's down big the next day, or vice versa, down big yesterday, up big today. Okay. Anyone have a clue what GME is going to do today? Well, let's put some key levels in. I mean, obviously the pre-market low now is 32.13. So I'm going to stick a price alert down here. I'm going to also stick a low or a pre-market or a price alert at the low of yesterday, which is around 31. So those are two low areas. I will stick a price alert at the high in the pre-market and see if it breaks out one way or the other. Now I'm going to AMC. I'm not as interested in. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, Walmart. I can't believe I didn't mention Walmart. Yeah, Walmart. Decent, really decent earnings play right now, guys. Walmart, WMT. Very choppy weekly or daily chart, but it is broken out. Of course, a big float, 4.33 billion in the float. That's a significant percentage increase on that sort of a float. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is get the layout that I use once this market opens up and running. You're going to see that the pre-market actives up is going to look very, very similar to the tree map that I use. So just give me a moment as I load. All right, guys. So as I said, this window right here will look very similar to the pre-market actives up. The only difference is I've got a pre-market actives up that I use only has a minimum of 20,000 shares. This has 200,000, I think, or 300,000. So that is why you're going to, but all the top ones you're still going to see at the top here, including the LSDI. All right. For some reason, I had this. This is from yesterday. This is one of those ones, the distance to the next high, but it didn't trigger yesterday, so I don't really care about it right now. So yeah, I did see. So LSDI did do a reverse split not that long ago, sometime in February, a 1 for 10 reverse split, sometime in February, I believe. Yeah, February 16th, a 1 for 10. Yeah, GME still has shorts at Interactive Brokers, 416,000. So Fidelity with 1 million. So yeah, so yesterday there were about a million shorts. So half a million have been snapped up. Again, that is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, we've got, yeah, less than a minute. Thank you, William. We have less than a minute to this market's open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down. That is not a recommendation to do the same thing as I do. And the SPY is basically flat right now. This was probably going to turn into, if you had shorts available, a tremendous short for LSDI at some point. Looks like it's getting into some resistance around 226, maybe. That's the next high in the weekly chart. All right, guys. CVI making a little bit of a move here. Not an earnings play. Walmart is fading. WMT is starting to fade. WMT starting to fade. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, Zito is an earnings play, guys. ZTO is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings, big float. However, what is the market? So the market's putting in a green bar to start after the 45 minutes down. And then that 9:15 candle was green. And now market's putting a green bar to start. Now, there's that 10 SMA, that yellow line on the 15-minute chart. That is the 10 SMA. Will that act as resistance? And I bring that one up because Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room today, and he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. TTD making a move. The trade desk guys, TTD making a move here. TTD. Well, Zicho on the way down, guys. This is showing up on that distance to the next low. It's just too early for me to take a trade, but TTD running still, guys. TTD running still. If there's any news on this one. Loop Capital has got with a $109 price target on TTD. I guess that's the reason. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 8th, so last week. And some halts. So IZEA halted on the way down. AWIN halted on the way up, guys. Halted on the way up. All right. Let's see what happens with this one then. It's still down for the day, but it is halted on the way up. Of course, I had a huge day yesterday, but all the way up to almost $10. Well, this is definitely a slower start than I've had in the last little while in terms of number of alerts. It just looks at the next high looking left, Delta, on a daily chart. Okay. And so, for instance, I get an alert. CVI was at 74.50. Okay. So when you look left, you can see that the next high looking left is more than $2 away. So it's always looking at the next high looking left, or if you're looking to short, the next low looking left. Okay, goes both ways. And, could you even start using it like a watch list? All right, BMTX on the move here, guys. BMTX is on the move. Volume coming in now. BMTX through the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. It wasn't really trading. Wow, this is a very weird looking trading for stock on the 15-minute chart. I don't understand what's going on, to be honest. So DLO was on that distance to the next high yesterday. It was a good mover, not a great mover. I missed out on it. It broke over 10. And it still has room, of course. 1373. All right. Well, here we go, guys. GME now just took out the low of no, not quite. The low of the pre-market. The low of yesterday is still looming, about $31. So has about a dollar 20 or so to get to that low of yesterday. Takes that out. I don't know. Look out below. All right. Well, it just took out the low of yesterday briefly. No, it didn't. I had another. I'm sorry. I had another alert, price alert. So not quite. IREN guys on the move here. Iris Energy on the move. Maybe coming into resistance. The next high looking left is around 570. If it can take out 570, then the next high is 634 on the daily chart. Okay. So, and obviously a lot of volume just came in. All right, MGNI just showing up on the combo scan. But look at this high. That red line is the next high looking left on a daily chart. Okay. You can't see it on the daily chart. I have to scroll back. But trust me, that is the next high on a daily chart. So 1160. So now if it can take out 1160, maybe has a shot to the 12 level. Maybe. Boy, this VMTX, I don't understand it at all. And when I look at this 15-minute chart, I mean, it just looks crazy. The relative volume is 950, uh, and it's traded, what, 877,000 shares today. That's 950 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, guys, we have an AI alert now. Just be aware if you have our AI, just be aware of where that 200-day moving average is. Yeah, now look at that big drop now in BMTX, guys. 8.4 million in the float. Look at that big drop, hit a high of 315, right back down to 264. That is a big percentage move down. Yeah, no kidding on the TTD. This is still moving and has not had a pullback at all. TTD. That is a, I don't know. I'm familiar with Loop Capital. I've seen them in the past. This is the only news I can see. They had earnings. They had earnings last week on the 8th. So, but Loop Capital has put a price target of 109 on them. Again, doesn't mean it's going to get there. Yeah, this is a way slower day. I can tell because my distance to the next high and low at this time yesterday, this was full. So this is definitely a slower day so far for my scans anyway. It's not a bad thing. Now look at the bounce that Under Armour had. Look at the bounce it had. UA, see if I can even find it here. Well, it won't be here, but UAA. Look at the bounce it had, guys. This is an earnings play all the way down from 564 right back up to 684. Might even go, well, it's gone positive, barely. 8 cents positive. Wow. Must have heard me saying I'm wearing their shirt still. On this SBO, another one that is coming into maybe some resistance, not that far away, 3654. Okay, 3654. All right, Shady supporting Canada. Canada Goose earnings play. So you guys are saying there's something, some kind of a connection. TTD and MJNI benefit from Netflix advertising. Okay. Oh, look at MGNI now, maybe coming into resistance, guys. This is shortable for me. 5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. I'm just looking here. There is your next high in the weekly chart, 1240. So, I mean, if it pops through that, look at the volume that came in. Okay, well, maybe that stalled it right there for a while anyway. Yeah, I do see the FFIE here. It's still under a dollar, right? Yeah. I mean, it did get almost to a dollar yesterday, 98 cents. Wow. Well, guess what? MGNI didn't listen to me or so far. Well, 1240, maybe it did. 1244 is the high. The high looking left is 1240, but it looks like it's going to crash right through that. So next step, look at the monthly chart. Where could it go on the monthly chart? 1514 is the next high in a monthly chart. So it would have room if you're looking at a monthly chart. And what's the float on this one? It's not a low float either. That's a significant move with that float, 27% with 124 million in the float. But it's not out of the woods yet. I'm trying to take that high out, 1240. And Craig Hallam, he's got a price target of 20 on these guys. These guys meaning MGNI. Wow. I guess you look at that. So that count came in on the combo scan, 1152, and it tacked on a dollar. The T pour. Okay, guys. Now VKTX. A moment here. I messed something up here. No. Wow. Well, there's your pullback, guys, for the MGNI. So yes, it got a little bit above that high that I thought might stall it, but that is a nice if you took that short underneath that 1240. Not a bad percentage move. Now, of course, it may not be over. This might be, in fact, 1167 is the VWAP. What did it get down to? No, so it didn't get close to the VWAP. All right, Canada Goose now showing up. I know, I know that Shady is long Canada Goose. Now that is coming into the next high looking left, 1439. And when I say showing up, I'm talking about in the combo scan, 1398. through the 200-day moving average in a big way. And again, there's your next high looking left is 1439 or so, 1441 perhaps. Yeah, looks like 1441 is the next high looking left. All right, guys, I'm in it now too. I am now. My stop is going to be fairly. It's pretty active. It's also showing up as an AI alert. Okay, guys. Now again, I'm just totally aware of that high right there. Okay. In fact, I've just taken some off. I've just taken some off in case it cannot break that high of 1441. It got up to 1431. All right, guys. IONS is now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. IONS. Okay. And this is not an earnings play. It had earnings last week, maybe a week and a half ago, May 7th. So sometime last week. All right. Really watching this one, guys. IONS. This is lifetime. No, it's not a lifetime low, but it's been sinking for weeks and weeks now. I have 55 or 54.50 back here at the beginning of the year, and it's now $38. Well, this would have turned out to be an excellent one. I think the spread, actually, yeah, the spread was a little bit wonky, but I'm just looking at VKTX opportunity to short at $76, and it did get down to 74.19, but it's a bit of a spready one. Morning, Brooke. Riley is an earnings play. RILY is an earnings play. This can be a real crazy one. Excuse me. It can be a very crazy one. Not a lot of volume yet. Now, remember, we've got a couple of them talking at 10 o'clock. A couple of the Fed presidents are talking at 10 o'clock. I think it's Barr and Barkin. Yeah, Barr and Barkin talking at 10 o'clock. So we'll see what sort of effect they have on the market. Boy, so slow. I cannot believe that. I mean, guys, this is really interesting. I mean, hardly anything in this one today. The distance to the next high or low. All right. Well, here's one coming in, guys. CELH. 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 I didn't get it. We'll see if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I didn't. I did not get it. Moved too quickly for me. So I'm talking about, guys. We had an alert here on this scan, 91.54. It got down to 90.88. And I'm going to go over this scan later. It's a real pain because you have to know how to create a custom formula. First red day? Nope, not at all. When you say red, you're talking about red alerts, like short alerts? No, not at all. Yesterday we had a lot of them, even though the market was ripping higher. Oh, no, no, it's got nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that at all. It just looks for the next high or low looking left, and it has to be at least $2 away when I get the alert. That's all it is. So in other words, a stock could still be up for the day, but making a new low. Okay, making a low for the day, and then it's going to look left to see where that next high. Yeah, you guys, the FFIE halted now over $1. Man, huh. Low float. Actually, it's not a crazy low. It's an earnings play to more or after hours today, I guess. Not that it should matter. I don't think anybody thinks this is going to have any sort of earnings that are going to cause the stock to go crazy, but it does have earnings after hours today. And I'm talking about the FFIE. Well, let's see now. This is the first halt, right? Let me see if this is one I can play. So this is what I'm looking at now. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt, 116. Potential open is in this column here. You can see how that number changes. Okay, again, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is common sales from Interactive Brokers. So if when it opens, even if it pops up a little bit, but then comes down below that halt price of 116 and then through the 116 again, I may take the trade. Okay. This is not a suggestion to do the same as me, but that's what I'll be looking at. And of course, it has some room on the weekly chart anyway to $1.34. That's time and sales, Cody. Time and sales in Interactive Brokers. Just do a search on time and sales. Okay. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah. This is turned out to be a pretty, I just couldn't get it now. Unless you played the bounce. I'm not sure if when you say more, maybe you played the bounce. As I'm saying, I'm going to really try to use this scan as a watch list also. Some good bounce plays, topping plays, not just continuation plays. Again, I missed it. So there's the Trupanion, 3307, got up to before it pulled back at all, almost a 34 from this scan right here. So the GDRX did show up on that combo scan, but look at that red line there. That was the next is the next high looking left. So that has stalled it so far. So let's see how this opens. If it is a 5 minute halt, this is going to open at 10:04 plus 4 seconds. So about half a minute from now, if it is a 5 minute halt. So there is a projected open 109, 116. There's the halt price. All right, guys, should be open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we are. So now the halt price was what 116. So it is now below it, but will it pop through 116 again? Yeah, that's too big of a pullback now for me. Way too big. Way too big. Now it's halted on the way down. So you see what I'm talking about? It had it, you know, go down a little bit from the halt price and then pop through the halt price. I probably would have taken it, but look at it now. So hopefully nobody got caught in this one because this is halted on the way down. And now look at the 88 cents, 94 on the halt, 88 cents on the projected open. So hopefully nobody got caught in that one. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Now let's see it. The MGNI could still be alive. VWAP is at 1175, so it's trying to maintain above the VWAP. Okay, that is MGNI. 1175 is the VWAP, so it got down to 1185. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, guys, so that has been blocked to GDRX. Looks like it's been blocked. You can see almost right to the penny. 828 is the high, and the 829 is that high looking left. So almost to the penny. A lot of shares available too. Interactive brokers to short 2.5 million. Yeah, CCLD now is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. So now we're getting some action. Okay, guys, ions on the way down. Okay, ions on the way down. It took a bit of time. 37.79 was the alert. Okay, on the 10-day daily breakdown. Come on, ions. I'm going to induce you down a little bit, maybe. I haven't really talked about Bitcoin at all. I mean, Bitcoin had a big day yesterday, and modest day today. But Bitcoin had a big day yesterday. Didn't really talk about it at all with everything else that was going on. So there's your resumption for FFIE. That was pretty ugly, guys. That was ugly, ugly, ugly. Hopefully, nobody got trapped in that one. Boy, this Espo, nice run it has been on. The initial alert was at 36.16. 36.16. I did not take this one. Come on, ions. So there is a okay. So there $45 price range now, or price target by Mizuho. That was yesterday, and so Crescent Energy. That is the reason. Okay, this must be CRGY, right? Crescent Energy. So they are buying. They're buying Espo. That is the reason for Espo being up. Industry wide, it's every twice a week or twice a month, Luis. If you sort of say the 15th and 30th, that's industry wide. Okay, nothing to do with us. Now, when I say the 15th and 30th, unless they fall on a weekend, it's ridiculous. I mean, that short float percent information should be updated, well, instantly, but it is not. But it's got nothing to do with us. So it's mostly a stock deal. Okay, thank you, William. So that is the reason why we're getting a fluctuation in the pricing. All right, guys. Well, yeah, nice one so far for Shade. 3472 is that 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart. If you follow that sort of thing, I'm not talking to you, Shady. I'm talking just in general. Good volume, good volume on GME. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I am now, what time is it now? 10:16. In a 4 minutes or so, 5 minutes or so, I will go over my homepage and the scans you can find on my homepage. Well, the ions that I'm short in is just not really doing much. Need that ask to catch up to the bid. This is an earnings play, guys. GAM, GAMB. Big gap down on earnings, GAMB. Walmart, guys, is back up close to the high of the day. WMT, close to the high of the day. That's the 15. That actually, it is very close to the high of the day. Okay. That's the 9:30 candle. That is at 64.22. So very close to the high of the day. Pre-market high was 64.49. Meanwhile, yeah, look at this market surge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes. Actually, so a hour up. This candle is we're only 3 minutes into this candle, but again, SPY is super strong. Pre-market high. Why not put a price alert up here? All right, ions. Let's see if you can have any sort of a move down now. And this is what I'm talking about. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. 37.79 was the alert. Give me one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, Ions is giving me a little bit here now. IONS. All right, guys. Let's take a look at Extra EXTR. EXTR. Another one that is getting close to a daily high, which looks like around 1210. All right, here's one that just showed up. EQT 4177. 4177. So again, this is how it works when you look left. Now you can't see on a daily chart, but it has to be at least $2 away. Okay. Now I can't see it on a daily chart, but that could be the same as on the weekly chart. So it's at least $2 away from the next high. Okay, guys, I cut out of the ions, made just a little bit, it's just not dynamic enough for me. So out of it. All right, guys, take a look at my homepage and what you can find on it. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription with a promo code Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. All I ask is this is a free room. And so anytime anybody uses my promo code to take out a subscription, the room gets credit. And that's how we can keep the room free, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. Runs 10 short videos, download and install for startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list, and alert windows, okay? You must do that to begin. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, a series of videos, this is all free. Series of videos. I got greedy. Well, I lost my patience on this, and that was a mistake on the IONS, I guess. See if I can get back in it. So Trading 101, a series of videos, all free, okay? So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at these videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put these together, so this is not third party. I always say that because I don't want you thinking that you're going to get inundated by some emailer, okay? Third-party emailer, so you won't have to worry about that. This is all internal. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And by the way, I should welcome everybody to the rooms. There are two rooms. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room. Both hear me and see my screen. The main room, as I call it, just has a lot more activity amongst traders. YouTube is fine if you just really want to listen to me, maybe see my screen, but you don't care about interaction with other traders. Okay. User guide. So here's our user guide. Great user guide. There's that getting started again. There is now more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. If you want to find out about stock racing, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. My point of showing you all this is that a lot of the questions that I get can be answered from the guide. I have no problem demonstrating on the screen, questions that I get, but I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the guide is a great reference because you may forget some of the things I say. So for instance, if you want to create a watch list or symbolist, as we also call it. How to create a price alert on a chart, how to put a sound alert on an alert window, things like that. Okay. And also custom formulas. Okay. Because I'm going to go over one custom formula that you would need if you want that distance of the next high or low. So custom formulas is all here also. Getting started series again right here. So daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And he also loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that orange line you see right there. So I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube and listen to another trader's perspective. We have 5 days of the week, so it works out perfectly. 5 different traders take over for me in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down the center section, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Combo scan is here. This gave us MGNI and Goose earlier. The relative strength leaders is right here. I've just abbreviated. It is the same. Okay, but it is exactly the same scan, or it's a top list. You hear me talking about the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts. They're right here. Okay, so I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all open at the same time. This is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So you can ask me questions about them if you want. Look at this market, guys. Look at this market just soaring here. If I can drag my SPY chart. Here we go. Drag my SPY chart. Look at this market. So now we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 hour, and this is going to close in 1 minute, less than a minute. So we are 1 hour and 15 minutes straight up. After that, 45 minutes down. So again, we had a couple of guys talking at 10 o'clock. I don't know what they said, but I guess they didn't say anything too damaging. Okay, a couple of the Fed presidents. So the next step, or the next on the economic calendar for today, I think there's somebody talking at noon. No, 10:30 actually. So another guy is talking right now. Harker is talking at 10:30, and then Mester is talking at noon. So we've got another one of the Fed presidents talking as we speak, and then another one at noon. So we'll see if there's any sort of reaction. All right. Well, there's the MGNI. I mentioned this one. I didn't take it, but I mentioned this one holding the VWAP. Okay, 1186 is the VWAP, and look what it got to. It got to 1185. Now that number changed, of course, but basically this is a nice VWAP play. If you like plays like that, what I'm talking about, a pullback into the VWAP. Some of you like to play a pullback into maybe you have a favorite moving average. Maybe you want to play something like that. So it's not all about just chasing stocks. Of course, you can play pullbacks. No, they're not going to talk anything official, Para, but they might give it some kind of I don't know, what they think interest rates might do. Okay, I mean that's all we're talking about. It's whether they blab something about interest rates. So, guys, here could be another VWAP play. Okay, CCLD 277 is the VWAP. What did it get to? Got to 273. So this could watch this to see if the VWAP holds it as support. Okay, CCLD low float, 10.7 million in the float. Yes, I mean we never used to pay attention to these guys talking. You know, it was just that, just the minutes, and then sometimes the press release once a month, usually once a month anyway, and that was it. But now these Fed presidents, they feel they have to talk. I mean, there is a quiet period, yes, but once that quiet period is over, I think they feel they must talk. And we've seen that sometimes whatever they say can now. Wow, look at this FFIE. Now that is after, man, oh man, it got all the way back down to 86 cents. Now popped back up, 123. That's a tough one, guys. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on this one. That is a tough one. Tough meaning a tough way to try to trade because of these topping tails and bottoming tails. Where are you going to put a stop? Now, the next high looking left, it's coming, looks like it's coming into it. That is 133. That corresponds to the next high in the weekly chart also. All right, guys. Well, first of all, welcome to the rooms. As I said before, there are two rooms, a YouTube room that I monitor and also the main, what I call the main room. And this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, live on the mic and sharing my screen. And this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay, don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade or I have something else I have to do at the time, I'll let you know. But I'll do my best to help. And if I cannot help, I can direct you to one of the other 5 traders if it's a scan type question. Ions, guys. Okay, Ions now is starting to work again. William, you almost did it to me. You almost did it to me. I was taking a little sip of tea and I read your the Fed has evolved greatly since the days of Greenspan, where the media used to guess whether there was a rate cut or increase based on the thickness of his briefcase. And I just about spit all over my keyboard, but luckily I had nothing in my mouth at the time. All right. Okay, well, Ion now is working for me. I told you I thought I might get back into it. So Ion is working for me. Not looking for anything spectacular, but meanwhile, so this not shortable for me. FFIE. I'm just looking here. Not shortable for me. If I wanted to. All right. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanner. Okay. Many programs out there that call themselves scanners I don't really believe they are. Not like us anyway. Okay. Now, it's nothing wrong with those programs, but they're more screeners. So this is what I mean. This is an alert window. That's why it says in the upper left-hand corner, there's an A. It's an alert window. This is what it's looking for. I right click and click on configure, and I click on the summary. This is the screening aspect. When you create an alert window or any of the alert windows that I've got, you always have to have some screening because otherwise you'll get inundated with alerts. So in this particular scan, I am looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. I call this a momentum scan. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So it's not so much what these screeners, what these filters are or the values. I'm just showing you the concept. If all of these values are met in the screening, in the filters, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. The last time that happened was ship at 10:31. Okay, it is now 10:38. Since then, there has been no stock that has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. All right. Okay, ions. Now, unfortunately, with this on my screen, I might have to get rid of this. But anyway, so that's how it works. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. I'm just going to hold on to see if we get another one as I'm talking. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you wanted to modify it, of course you can do that too. So for instance, maybe you don't want that price range. Maybe you want, a different minimum share volume, things like that. You can, of course, modify any of the scans that I am sharing, or you can take them as is. I'm holding on. I want to see if we get a new one. But now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. Right at the very top, you see the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I scroll down a little bit more, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons, screening icons. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company felt that, first of all, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and screeners, filters, to satisfy all the different trading styles out there. Now, do we satisfy every single trading style out there? Of course not. But, within reason, I think that we handle it very well. The majority of our customers can find a way to combine them if they want to make their own scans, to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. For instance, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. Look at ions now, guys. Good one. And see what happened. XPON, GFR just made new highs of the day, satisfying all those filter requirements. Go ions. This is giving me way more now than I thought, especially if it can take out 37. I'm going to have to look at a monthly chart now. So the next low in a monthly chart is 34.28. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least there's no monthly chart that's going to get in the way. But what I'm going to do now is cover some right over 37 in case it cannot break through 37. Okay, I've just covered some. just over 37 in case it cannot break through 37. That is this, I know some people don't agree with that. I just always am concerned about a whole number break. But this looks like it's going to probably go through it. There we go. But that's okay. I have no problem taking some off just ahead of the whole number in case it stalls there. Nice, nice, nice. Now, guys, look at the ion. So there was the first alert. I got stopped out for a small loss stopped out. I took a small gain on the first time. But I persisted, got back to that 37.50 level. The spread tightened up a bit. And I said, I thought I might take it again. So I'm not trying to convince anybody to do what I do, just pointing out opportunities. Okay, question. Is there a way to get the alert and filters definition list outside of the TI desktop app? That way I can work on some ideas on my laptop while traveling. Well, if you have a laptop, just download the program. But I think we also have the well, okay, you're talking about the desk, but if you have a laptop, why don't you just download the program? Oh, I see. So you want there might be a PDF. Pepe probably knows. There might be a PDF. Give me a moment. I'll ask one of the other traders. I think there might be a PDF, but it might be pretty big, but just give me a moment. Okay, I just asked T. I'll see. But there might be a PDF, like a big PDF that you can just scroll through. So I'll find out. I think Pepe probably knows if he's around, but all right, guys. Well, let's see. Boy, this Ions has been turned into a beauty. Only two. Remember yesterday we had nothing on the 10-day daily breakouts, breakdowns. Nothing. Not one showed up. And one might have said, well, the market was ripping higher. Why would there be? Well, look what's happening to the market today. So it really has no bearing on that. I mean, look, if the market was tanking, you'd probably get more, but usually we get a few. And so I only have two, but this has been an awesome one. Let's take a look at I think the SUPN actually bounced. Okay, guys, I know my system is going crazy. I've had to download something, but you can try this. See if this works out for you. Okay. T, let's see if this link works out for you. If this can help you, you can save it or something. And Okay, Pepe, thanks. I don't know if this is going to help you, but that if you save that link, that probably can help you. Okay. All right. I want to try to pay a little attention now to. Uh, so let me go over this. Okay. And what I'm finding, I mean, is not that active because this. I'm not seeing the same stock. Well, I'm not seeing the same stock at all repeated, or am I? There's Baba. Okay, Baba did get repeated. And I'm probably confusing people right now by wondering what do I mean by that. So I've got a 30-minute. So in this particular, I'll go over the scam, but what I've got here in the properties, and then they don't repeat. So what I've set up, so I don't want to see the symbol if it makes a new high or a new low, unless it happens 30 minutes from that first one. Okay. In other words, the typical alert window like this. Notice how GRR is making, every time it made a new high, I'm going to see it over and over and over again. So you can do something like this. If you go to properties, right click on properties, and then don't repeat. And you can see if you click don't repeat, you have a bunch of options. Don't repeat for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the entire day. I use a lot of the for the entire day. So what that I'm gonna don't want that. I want to just cancel out. So what that does is, so if you pick 1 minute, so you would not see B Cove every time it made a new high. If it made a if it makes a new high and then it makes a new high for the day, a minute later, you'll see it. Okay. So a lot of people, don't want to see the same symbol over and over and over and over again. So in this one, I put 30 minutes on a 30-minute delay. Not a delay. I shouldn't call it a delay. But you can see Baba made a high of 82.61. Wow. And then 85. Holy smokes, was that excellent. So let me try to explain this one, okay? This is the distance to the next high and low. If you're interested, you will not find it on my homepage. Unfortunately, because it's not, I cannot copy this and give it to you because there is a custom formula. So I will explain it if I see any interest. If not, I'll just move on. Now, I am an intraday trader. Okay, so my number one goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So this window that you see here, this screen or window that you see here, the relative strength leaders from the closed percent, this will show you stocks all day long that are trading abnormally. Obviously, the LSDI now is pulled back, but if you're a pullback player, you may have looked at this one and said, well, okay, I don't want to chase it, or even if it settles down near the high of the day, some people are not comfortable doing that. So out of the IONS guys, all out of it now, as it put the little pop to the 37 level. So LSDI, there's the VWAP 174. Now it got way down below it, so I would not call that a VWAP play. But if it takes out the VWAP and maybe that 10 SMA moves above it, that might get it going again. I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles. So you could look at these because they're trading abnormally. Okay. So again, if you're an intraday trader, you should, your number one goal is to be able to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So that's one way. My 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns, these are definitely trading abnormally. And of course, here the option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combined are really trading abnormally because it's very tough to meet all the filter requirements. It takes stocks that are trading abnormally option wise and also with a 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. And the way it's color coded is that if it's in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long. If there were any in red or orange, I can't remember what my color coding is here, that would be a suggestion to go short. And the whole idea of this is that if you see the same stock, so let's look at FFIE. So there's FF. It's not showing up because it was under $1 probably. Just so there's CCLD, okay? CCLD is here in the abnormal option activity, and it's also here in the 10-day daily breakout. Therefore, it'll make it into this list. So essentially, it takes a look at this list and checks to see whether or not the same stock is in either one of these two. And if it is, then it gets automatically plunked into here. And thank you, Pepe. He took the two scans and combined them. That's why you do not get very many alerts here, because a lot of filter values have to be met. So Isaiah, are you what? You trolling or whatever? Because I don't see it horrible. I see MGNI, pretty good alert. The other ones, yeah, Goose. Well, look, Goose at 1405. I mean, you had easily a way to make a little bit, not a lot, but I would never have let it to go, get stopped out for a loss. And I'm not trying to even to defend it. I mean, the AI has good days and bad days, but today I would not call atrocious. MGNI. I mean, MGNI at the beginning, 1189 up to 1256. That's and now it's coming back. So I don't know if you're just trolling or what. Understand that the way to play the AI is managing really the trades on your own. In other words, the machine will give you the alerts, and how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. All right, guys. So now take a look at all right, CVI. Let's take a look at CVI and look at the room it's got. Again, it's one of these ones that is looking left and saying at least $2 to the next high on the daily chart. At least $2. Okay, I see that LSDI was halted on the way up, and now it's popped up. Now, if you're, there's that 10 SMA. Oh, look at this market. All right, guys. I am now trying to figure out, there's something going on in that scan that I'm trying to figure out the next high to the left. So CVS 57.56, 57.50. Oh yeah, look at this. I mean, CVS had, of course, was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, and so now, look at that. I mean, no, I'm not saying it's going to get up to $68, but of course, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. A lot of other reasons why it won't keep moving higher, but you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Now, GME really didn't have a big follow through, or so now. Again, that level of $31, that is the low of yesterday, approximately. Okay, going through that, I think it's pretty, could be very significant, because then the next low looking left is 24.60. It seems like it's over today anyway. Trying to induce people to really pile into this today. Looks like a tough task. Are you a relative, Sarah? Are you a relative of Andy Lindloff? No, he's a good Texas. Dang, that's what he says all the time. Dang. But yeah, dang is right. Look at this spy. Incredible. So I don't know. Whatever the guy said at 10:30 obviously didn't affect. Well, I don't know what he said, but didn't hurt the market, of course. I mean, guys, just remember how you felt here. Okay, if you've been in the room for a while or you've just been trading on your own, but just remember how you felt right here. Get to a weekly chart right here. Remember those 3 weeks? It was over, all over. The SPY had broken down through 500. And then look at this. We've now had almost a month, well, not 3.5 months straight up. You're talking about, I mean, this is just no killing the rally. Wow, look at, well, hope everybody got, I mean, the goose, actually, the goose would have been a good turnaround to short. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I don't know what you're saying. I can't even remember what the cliche is. Go away in May or whatever it is. I just don't think it, there's just too much sell in May and go away. Thank you. Yeah. There's just too many algos at work, automated trading systems at work. I mean, sure, is the volume not maybe as good, but I just don't think it works that way anymore. It used to, man, it used to. You've been trading back in the 90s. Oh, it was just taking the summer off. You get the odd one. Yeah, GME is really starting to. All right, guys, I've taken a little bit of this CVS. Again, when I say a little bit, it's because I'm still. This is the first week, 4 days now. I've been using this, testing this to see how. I'm not. I don't see. I don't. You're not going to get like the humongous moves that you're going to get on these, but they're a little, can be a little more orderly. Can be. I'm not saying that it's going to be, but wow, GME very close now to yesterday's low. Very, very close. Very close. All right, guys. Just waiting on the CVS to see if it has any sort of a pop. I'm in around 57.62. Okay, that's on a low 57.62. I'm just waiting on it to see if it has a move. Big float. So again, I don't expect anything dramatic if it happens at all. What's interesting on the Canada Goose, I actually said, I think in the pre-market that my bias would be to short this one. I just did not think it could hold its gains. Surprised me on the first move, but definitely I thought. And what did it get to? It did not quite get up to that 1441. It got up to 1431. So GME is trying to hold yesterday's low. GME is trying to hold yesterday's low. You can see it didn't quite trigger. In fact, it got right almost to the penny, but not quite through it. 3105. And this is 31. So the low of yesterday was 31, and it got to 3105. So will that actually hold it? Now, here's another one that my bias would be eventually to take a look at a short on UAA. Again, it's an earnings play. At one point, this was an all-time low. Okay, so it did pop up, but I mean, it's still, and it's actually gone, 9 cents to the good in terms of yesterday's close. But I just have a feeling that if it takes out this 670 area, we might have a nice fade on our hands. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the CVS. Okay, I will look at it again I took myself out of the CVS for a little loss. I'm going to look at it again, though, if it pops up here. Ooh, that was a good exit on the CVS. Yeah, AMD, no kidding. It's had a great. Well, this is during that SPY, move down that everybody felt. Well, that's it. It hasn't actually moved with the SPY though, not that much anyway. How's Nvidia doing? On UCAR, any news on UCAR? Let's see if I can see what Interactive Brokers has got. They did a filing. Well, it's an earnings play. They're, that's exactly the news on UCAR. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay. Fast morning, guys. For me, anyway. Very fast morning. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just gonna. There's an internal conversation taking place. I'd like to follow. There's the GME, guys. There is the GME now at wow, underneath. Good short. Who the heck shorted that? Good short Curtis, I think. Curtis, I think you shorted GME. Or Kiri, sorry. Kiri shorted GME. Well done. Well done. Now, in case you're wondering what Shady had written about 32.10, 31, so he would have taken GME if it got up to 32.10 with a stop at 31. It didn't get to 32.10. So in case you think he took the trade, no. Just in case you're new and wondering what that meant, okay? Boy, I mean, the next low is down here for GME, 24.69. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that is your. Whoa, look at the SPY now. Look at the SPY. What? You're not allowed to have red candles. Look at the SPY. Well, the next, let's see, at noon, we've got a guy talking, Mester. There's no auctions today at 1 o'clock. Wow, GME is just, this looks like it could even get halted, guys. No, not quite. And the shares are being snapped up now at Interactive Brokers. Yesterday we had 1 million. When I looked this morning, I think it was 600,000, and now there's 230. And that again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas and nothing to do with your account. This is just showing how many shares are available to short. They're being snapped up now. Well, I'm certainly watching to see what it does at 30, if it gets back up to 30. All right, something happened to my, every now and then that happens. Nothing to do, but just wait for it to reappear. There we go. So is that a question in our YouTube room, Forex and crypto? We do not scan for Forex or crypto. Okay. If that's a question, or you're just making a comment that you are live trading, was that the Australian dollar versus US? I'm just looking at a post in our YouTube room. Wow, the shares are being snapped up, guys, at Interactive Brokers. Only 190,000 now. It's fascinating to see. Only 189,000 now. Well, I am, yeah, let's see now. What did it get down to? 28.75. I am going to put some kind of alert around 29.50 or so and see if it takes that out again. I think underneath 30. What's being snapped up? The shorts at Interactive Brokers. Okay. That's how many shorts are available. Interactive Brokers, 185,000 right now. Uh, a blink ago, it was about 300,000. So that's what I mean. They're being snapped up. I've got 183 right now. 183. This is usually pretty. Be surprised if you have 118 unless there's a real discrepancy. Well, again, I'm just waiting to see how. I mean, it's holding under 30, not badly, but so Shady is looking at again, taking a long at 30.15. If it gets up to 30.15 with a stop at 29.08. 29.08 probably is the low down here. Meanwhile, I completely missed this. Look at GME, it was right here. Distance to the next high low at 30.90. I completely missed it. And I think I know why. I've got a sound alert, but I have another pretty active scanner right now. And it's sometimes, if you get two scans going off at the same time, one has to take precedence in terms of the sound alert. And it's possible that's what's happening. Well, Jamie, again, testing that 30 level. All right, guys. Yeah, confirmation. Steve will be taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern, of course. So another 40 minutes for me or so. Just waiting on this GME to see if it can. So I guess it might be triggering for Shady very soon if it gets up to not ME but GME. It gets to 3015. I guess it did trigger. Got to 3018. So I guess you must be in it, Shady. Yeah, it did trigger. Give me a moment, guys. Wow. You know what's actually moving higher now, guys, is Under Armour, UAA. Surprising me a little bit. It's moving over 7. Now, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 703. If it takes out 703, it's got a little bit of room to 720. Not enough for me. Not enough. Speaking of Under Armour, it just showed up on the combo scan, guys. Right at now, it's right at that high right there. Okay, MGNX just showed up on the distance of the next high. Okay, MGNX, and of course it's got a huge amount of room, almost 15 to the next high. But of course it got slammed down because of earnings. Okay, so for all the reasons it got slammed down, they're still there. But this is could be a great opportunity to fill in some of that void. Game of chicken right now for me and the GME, and I don't know what Shady's doing. I'm sure he's still in it, but Good volume. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. There's, you know what? This is a mag. I might take this one. I know, unfortunately, it is definitely extended, but it's got all that room. So Isaiah, I know you said, but look, I mean, there's the MGNI. It's I mean, you trade this, right? These are like a great watch list. Watch them. I mean, the ASTS now is right here, 4.4%. Goose was up. I know it got stopped out, but Goose was up. You could have made a little bit of money on it. Anyway, I'm not trying to convince you, but I mean, I think it was rather trolling of you to say the AI picks are atrocious at 10:52 a.m. All right, guys, I am continuing to monitor my GME here. But the I mean, sorry, not Magnavox, macrogenics. I, if it settles down a little bit, I mean, I don't want to chase it like this. Didn't you say, William, not that it's going to influence me that much, but didn't you say that that might have been overblown in terms of their earnings release? Yeah, MJNX. Maybe it wasn't you? I thought somebody else said. I mean, that just got hammered down on earnings. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, look at this, 1450. The next day down to 3. Okay, somebody else. Okay. Yeah, Ashley's on the move here now, but this is one of the reasons why I didn't like it from the AI, to be honest, was that it was right very, very close to the 200-day moving average. So if you took this one, I mean, it's a nice percentage move now. Just be aware of that 200-day moving average at 361. Okay. Now, if it pops through that somehow, the next high is 371 on the weekly chart. And then after that, 442. So it will have some room. Okay, so DL, I am in Canada. Okay, so I have limited choices with brokerages, but I have been using Interactive Brokers for 8 years now, and I think it's great. Okay, I have no problems with it. Um, it I mean, does it have all the shorts that I would like it to have for every single stock? No, but I'd have to go to Center Point or something like that. But for my trading, I don't get bent out of shape, when I see it doesn't have shorts for some of these crazy little ones. But I have been very impressed by the platform in terms of reliability, fills, and all that. And in 8 years, I've never had to phone them. So that's all I look for is reliability. Is it fancy in terms of charts? And this, I don't use their charts. I know people don't like their charts, though I guess they've got some kind of a deal now with TradingView. So, but again, I don't use their charts. Well, GME is surely playing games at that 30 level, or sure is playing games at that 30 level. Not games. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's just every time it gets down to 30, it seems to bounce off it. And that'll work until it doesn't. Okay, guys. Next, NXT. Wasn't that something you were looking, or was that NXE or something yesterday for you, William? So NXT just showed up at $45, but it's sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Okay, right on it. So it'd have to take that out, obviously. The next low looking left is about $2.50 away. There's a CVS that didn't work for me early on. Was NX? Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think it was NXT, but thought it was maybe NXE. So what is that 200-day moving average? 44.99. So it's just underneath that, just barely underneath the 200-day moving average, and I'm talking about NXT, and it's showing up on that scan. Okay, the next low, distance to the next low has to be at least $2 away, and you can see that it is. You know what might be turning around, guys, is ions. Okay, I'm out of that short, but ions looks like it is trying to form a red bar ignored almost on the 15-minute chart. It's not quite because that red bar is not completely engulfed by the previous green candle, but it's, pretty close. So if it takes out that high there, 37.39 or so, that might have another run in it. All right, guys. Well, it looks like GME is, taking out that 30 for a while anyway. I'm still interested in a short in it. Wow, 20 to 12 now. Fast morning now. I said it was pretty boring at the beginning, but things have definitely heated up for me. So waiting. So I really like this MGNX just over this 5 level, and I like the way it's sort of basing over it. Only 132,000 shares now left at Interactive Brokers for GME. They were being snapped up. I'm talking about immediately available, Don. Immediately available. Okay, without having to ask them to locate or anything. I never do a locate. So you see, right now, they're telling me 122,000 shares are available right now if I wanted a short. If you do a search in Interactive Brokers, do a search, type in SLB, okay, SLB, and that'll bring up that box, or you can bring up that box, okay. Just type in SLB, Sam Long Barry, okay, SLB. All right, Isaiah. I think you're just here to troll. So one more and you're gone, okay? If you just want to say things suck without any you might as well you can go to another free room, okay? We're not children in here, okay? Yeah, nice on your GL short now. Definitely a nice big red candle for a really nice big red candle. This is the first. Well, this is the first kind of crack, over the last few days. I agree, Kiri. I was kind of hoping, that it would just wouldn't be an issue today, GME, because I really wanted to concentrate on the other things. Wow, look at MGNI now, guys. MGNI now. I'm not in it, but I had the pullback. If you miss it the first time, you had an opportunity to get back to take it the second time. And look at this move now for MGNI from our AI. The alert was at 11.99. That's what I'm saying. Use it like a watch list all day long. All right, guys, 11:45. So in 15 minutes or so, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is I just want to pop the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. He will not be there for another 15, but here is the link to get into the room when I do take my break. Yes, just a minute. Yes. All right, guys. Let's take a look at something from the momentum scan, SOC, see what it's doing. Yes. I forgot how sensitive this mic is, but oh, all right. Well, guys, I mean, now that break of 30 was so key. Look at the shorts now. They're being snapped up left and right at Interactive Brokers. Is that only 76,000 now? And this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Can't speak for your platform. If you have any shorts available, you're welcome, Shaw. Why is this? Now, if you had been ridiculously less conservative than me, you had an. I'm sorry, that was a go long. That's why it's not showing up here. Okay, never mind. But right here, okay, 3381 at 9:30 GME, 3381. Now it chopped around a bit, but if you had had the resolve that this was the day, you could have had a short of GME at 3381 from that scan. Again, not too many alerts today. Not like yesterday and the day before and the day before that. I've had this up and running for 3 days now. Now I'm going to watch this MMYT now, guys. MMYT, see if it takes out 80, 82, sorry, 82. It's negative for the day. It is not, it is actually, was an earnings play yesterday, okay? Earnings play yesterday. So I am going to be taking a look at this as a potential short under 82. Of course, it's got a ton of room, but down to 74 yesterday. Nobody's saying it's going to get down there, but and if the market kind of helps it a bit, the market's now been, since that red bar, we've had a bit of choppiness in the market, a bit, not a lot, but a bit. Alicia, welcome to the YouTube room anyway, and welcome to the. I hate using the term community; it's overused, but welcome. How's just welcome? Talking to Alicia in our YouTube room. And as I say, this is also a support room, okay? It's not just a trading room, it's a support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. Not just you, Alicia, but anybody else listening. Yeah, nice. Nice turnaround now for the ASTS through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, through the 200-day moving average now. So there was the AI alert at 343, chopped around for a while, and almost got down to that stop out, but not quite. And then it. So you had some patience. Is there a way to see stocks that are at a multi-day or week resistance support? Might be a question that Steve can answer, JT. He'll be there in about 7 minutes. Because, the whole idea of multi-day or weekly resistance or support, your idea could be very different from mine, okay, in terms of support and resistance. And so that's why I have a tough time answering a question like that. Steve may have a better idea. And you only have to wait about 7 minutes, okay? What is the 5-day average volume for CGC? Okay, never mind. Okay. I would have to add that column to some scan, but I'm somebody who does not use the average daily volumes ever, okay, because I'm an intraday trader. So I don't care what the average has been over five. Now, I'm just talking in general, TT, not saying that nobody should care. But I don't care what the average is over 5 days or 10 days or 30, whatever the ones that we do have. The reason being, and I would recommend not using it if you are an intraday trader. The reason being is that, let's just say for argument's sake, you used, okay, I want to see stocks that have had an average of 100,000 shares over the last 5 days. Okay, that's fine. You want to do it, that's fine. But if you're an intraday trader, what happens if a stock that doesn't normally trade that much explodes today, and trading millions of shares for whatever reason? You'll miss that one if you use those averages. So that's why I never use them as an intraday trader. Yeah, I'm leaving GME alone for a while now, guys. I've had reasonable success on the long side and definitely on the short side the last time, but I'm just going to leave it alone. It's too much concentrating on that one. All right, text. Let's see if I can. So, where are you looking for support on a weekly or daily chart for text? Where do you consider support or resistance for text? Just as an example, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. I see on a daily chart, there's nothing to see right here, in my opinion. I always look at the next low looking left as a potential support area, or the next high looking left as a potential resistance area, but that may not be what you're looking at. And on the weekly chart, the same sort of thing. I mean, you might look at resistance at 65.57. So, but to me, this is too choppy. So maybe Steve will have a completely different idea. You just have to wait 3 minutes. Really? Okay. I mean, I see a low of 2 weeks ago, $55. I mean, I guess it depends on your time frame. I don't see the same. See, and that's classic, JT. I don't see the same thing that you see. And that doesn't mean what you're seeing is wrong or what I'm seeing is wrong. It's just that we have different ideas about, support and resistance. That's why it's really hard to have like one hard and fast, well, this is it, in terms of support, and this is it in terms of resistance. Now, having said all that, I'm going to put my announcement in. And again, you might want to ask Steve. He might have a completely different idea from me, okay? Yeah, so just ask Steve. He'll be in the room in about 2 minutes. Again, he may have a completely different idea. And also, are you talking? Well, Steve will be in our YouTube room. He takes over for me in about a minute. Okay. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over for me. And Steve Gomez, who works at Trade Ideas, he'll be taking over for me in about a minute. Okay. Now, are you also talking for swing trading? Because I'm not a swing trader. So that could be another thing. He's way more of a swing trader than I am. Ah, there he is. Just give me a moment, Steve, okay?
Sure.
All right, guys. Steve is in our YouTube room now. So in the main room, I'll put myself on mute now or I'll be on a break until about 1 o'clock. So we'll see you guys at about 1. And let me introduce you, JT. He said, didn't know who Steve is. So Steve Gomez, he's the originator. Well, first of all, works at Trade Ideas, originator of the Trades of the Week, and a big proponent of the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. And so, Steve, you may be able to help JT way better than I can. He's looking for weekly and daily resistance established over weeks. And he used TEX as an example, TEX. Okay. And I couldn't see what he's looking at, but maybe you can. And he is a swing trader. And as you know, I'm not.
All right. Well, I guess one of the first things I would do is we'll experiment with like R1 and R2 and S1 and S2. Did you explore that pathway?
No, I haven't. What I said
Okay.
was, you're going to be in the room in 3 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So I figured you might have a better answer than I do.
We'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you and I know you want to leave at about 5:02, so I'll do my best to get it back at 5:02.
All right, sounds good.
Okay,
Thanks.
bye-bye.
All right, hello everybody, and hello. Let's see, JT. I can see your questions in there. All right, so I think I have an idea of what to start with here, and I'm going to use our pivot search terms, and it gives us the pivot R1 and S1, S2, and R2. I'm going to experiment. I'm just going to grab this one, show column. I wonder if I can do both. Oh, I can. Let's try see if I can grab both. Yep, R1 and R2. So I've added those just to my single stock window here. And I will highlight them. Okay, distance from. So we don't get an actual number, but we do get a distance from percentage. So what I'm going to do is, let's see. If I go back here, what is 61, 65? Yeah, that would be it looks like R2 in this particular case is always going to be a longer term. All right, it's always going to be more of a swing trader's longer term secondaries, and R1 resistance one is going to be more of a near term resistance level, and then the pivot is going to be the neutral. It's kind of becomes support, becomes resistance, and back and forth flip flop. So looking at this text, I would eyeball it and say, yeah, 65.50 is going to be R2. And it's telling us we are about 7% away from R2, and that would make sense. 60 from the current price is 60 from 65. Yeah, that's just under 8%. So we're close. So what you could do is you could use this filter and try to configure what you're looking for. You're saying also look at Rocket. So if we look at Rocket, this near term looks like 1511 is certainly a significant resistance, and I bet Trade Ideas is drawing R2 from that. So let's look at the distance here. That's about a full point into 14, saying 10% away from R2. So JT, are you looking to identify like a new low into a major support level, and you're looking to identify like a new high into a major resistance level? Is that kind of where you're going with this? Because if so, we can kind of, try to back ourselves into a configuration. Okay, if you buy a stock, you're a swing trader, your time frame may be different. I'm a swing trader, but you know, if I get a big move over a course of a day and a half or 2 days, I'm going to take the majority of that move over that time frame. But Trade Ideas is here as a real-time idea generator, and so it can throw symbols up in your face as they're running down, making new lows, but hitting the S2 level, like a major support level. All right, so you're wanting to find stocks nearing a multi-day or multi-week resistance, right? Okay, so with that said, let's start and just do like a new alert window from scratch, pretty much. I mean, we'll use the new high. We don't need to use these filters necessarily, but a couple things come to mind. Obviously, price, we do $5 and higher. We'll just cap it at 500. Why not? You could do it if you want, higher than 1,000. But a couple things come to mind before we're going to do new high. And very first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the pivot. And we're going to say distance from R2. So that's a major resistance level. It's as close as we can get to it. So add that filter. And then when we have these distance from filters along with a new high as our alert, so we're going to be running a new high, but we're only going to see that new high to alert us in real time that the stock has been making a pretty good run and it's at or near this filter level, R2, distance from. So distance from, we want to envelope it. So I would say do like a negative, negative 1%. Let's just call it that, negative 1%. And above, we'll do no more than positive 1%. So we've got a 2% envelope straddled right there at that major resistance point, which we call distance from R2. But we could do some more work here. We want to define like, you said nearing a multi. I would say we want to see something that's been pretty strong over the last month. So what we could do is we could say change in, let's look at these change values. Hang on a second. Okay, so change, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Change in 20 days. So 20 days, over the last 20 days, we will say add filter. We want this thing to be up, maybe 10% or 8% over the last, 20 days. This thing's been moving up in the last 20 days. Now, what does that give us? That gives us things that aren't just, hovering at that resistance level over the course of a few days and then ticking above it. No, we want things that are moving up to it. So change in the last 20 days might give us that. So with that said, let's just launch it and see what we get. And we can start to look at a history of what's coming out. A lot of names today, a lot of names. So there's definitely something we can do to quiet that down. Let's do that right now. And that's going to be volume filters. All right, we're going to do hide unused. There's our simple base set here. Volume today, we could say we want at least 300,000 shares today. And we could, probably eliminate a lot with just that. We can take it a step further and go average volume too. So average volume 5 days, average volume 10 days. Let's do average volume 3 months. And let's say the average volume over 3 months needs to be at least 500,000 shares a day. Okay, so that's going to quiet down that scan a lot more. Let's grab a history. There's a little bit more space in there. Now, there's obviously things we can do to probably slow that down even more. Let's do this. Let's select a filter and say it's got to be up 12% over the last 20 days. Okay, so anyway, let's just go ahead and grab something here. So, hey, look at this IP. All right, so there we would say, I'll grab a history for you, GT. IP, very close to a big run, right? So you're looking to maybe fade this level. So here's what I would do, JT. Take this alert and you go, okay, it's there. It's not quite there. It's interesting, but I'm going to say, give me, a price alert. And if that triggers, this becomes my real-time alert. All right, let's go to MRVI. MRVI has, it's looking at that area as major resistance. Maybe it's not exactly what you're looking for. NEXT, another thing. Oh, here's another thing we could do. Let's do this. Position in year range. We don't want to find things that are necessarily in a downtrend. So keyword year, position in 1 year range. Let's say these things need to be in at least the 75th percentile of a year, high to low. Yeah, price alerts. So here we go, JT. So here is a working model. I think IP is a pretty good example of what you've been talking about here. Big, long trek right up into major resistance. Now, let's do a couple things. Let's give it a name. Hitting R2. Slang with a G. Hitting R2, back to that. Let's duplicate this window. And now we'll flip it upside down. And now we're saying find everything on support with new lows. All we had to do is just use the flip button. And now we have hitting support major. And everything else has been inverted for us. And there's nothing coming across there today. Is there anything at all coming through? Yeah, so there's stuff. Intel was the last one to come through. Hey, look at that down here. So I'm going to, we've named them, we've flipped them. I'm going to go ahead and give them to you. And I see that you wrote price alert. Yes. So you understand this is like a workflow. Step one is looking at the stuff that comes into you real time that you're filtering for. And then step two is defining exactly where you might want to be notified. And then you refine it right down to the penny using a price alert. So I'm going to go ahead and just share both of them with you. There's the nothing for today, but that's hitting support for JT. And then here's the original hitting resistance. Copy and paste, I think. There you go. And of course, Mark, anybody else that wants it, have at it. Perfect Circle. Check out the support and resistance in Market Explorer 2. Okay, thank you, Perfect Circle. Let's do that. I think what he's referring to. Let me grab a new. I don't use Trade Ideas in that web browser a lot. Okay, so the new Market Explorer. Oh, is that? Oh, you're thinking of the ME Market Explorer. Okay, my bad. Hold on, let me go back, and I'm going to probably have to refresh that account connection. Okay, the Market Explorer, correct, is under New, and it's under E for Explorer. And this is a hard-coded list of some Michael Noss ideas that we've all kind of asked for, and since he's the math guy, he figured it out. So we go to Select Strategy. And here is what you're referring to, Perfect Circle. Thank you, Michael Storm. Appreciate it. Support and resistance. Okay, so look at this. We have a major subset. We've got 1 minute short term, 1 minute daily, failure to break daily, failure to break support. These daily, so there comes the list of names. That's a buyout. Look at that. So kind of the same thing you're looking at, right? But this is an inverse. This is, the NASDAQ triple. So the market's doing in general exactly kind of what you're asking about right now, JT. Big move up, and then we're hitting a major resistance. So one more time for you, JT. Watch close. You go to New. And thank you again, Perfect Circle, for the group effort. Market Explorer. And then Select Strategy. And the main support resistance, and you're just going to pick your time frame. I would say, failure to break, support and resistance here. These might be of interest to you. If you're getting a blank window, I don't think this shouldn't be a blank window. I think everybody should have access to it, regardless of whether you're a standard or premium subscriber. God, I hope I'm right on that. It's a blue screen with text. Okay, so yeah, okay, right click. I think that's where we got hung up. Right click. Yep. Select strategy. Submenu. Support resistance. And that, yeah, it's definitely available to you. So support and resistance. I would say failure to break resistance. And then you can take it a step further. You can sort them by volume. You can sort them by price. Show me the most expensive ones up here, and then maybe just look at the ones under $50. You can go through, and there's a lot of ideas obviously in there. The date is probably the best way to sort, because the top ones here, these are the most fresh. I shouldn't lead you astray. You should probably just click on the date, because these are the ones there. This is the TQQ that we looked at. It looks just like the NASDAQ. So not quite as broken. So those are some additional ideas. So between those two, the scan that we made in the Market Explorer, and yeah, Mark, just right click inside that blue window. It'll open up the menu. Between those two tools in Trade Ideas, and then, like I was going to say, setting that secondary price alert, that's the key to the workflow. You can have ideas floating around your head all you want, but you're going to get distracted throughout the day. So you have to tickle yourself in the future and pop that in there. So when you're working on something else, it pops up and says, hey, you've been waiting for this moment. What are you going to do? All right. Let's see. Backtracking. I hope you could help me with building a low float momentum. I see a bunch of YouTube, but I haven't been able to ape their Momo. I have a list of the last 10 or so that came up, if that helps. Sure, we could try that and then cross-reference, what you're seeing. So we would start again with the alert window, and low float is going to be the key. So we'll just start with new high. I'm going to take all of these out. Relative. Well, we're going to need relative volume. We're going to need that too. Might need those as well. So I might dial those back a little bit. By the way, these are the minute percent value of shares. So 1 minute has to do 300, which means 3 times normal 1 minute volume. And we should probably want more than that, actually. We'll do, and then 5 minute would be 300%. So here's where the key comes in, is the float value. And the problem that I will preface this by saying is that the float value seems to differ around different platforms based on who your market data provider is. And so there are going to be times when something might not come up. And the reason why it doesn't come up is because we're establishing a float value right here. So a not to exceed float of maybe, I'll consider anything under 20 million. So now we've defined a float. If a stock comes through and it doesn't have a float value attached to it, it makes this scan null. So just so we know that. So I don't know where we're starting, but right off the bat, some of the names that have come through today are those. So what are some of the names that you've seen? SBO was coming through early. Float of 17 million. And what we can do is if you just type a couple symbols there, Michael, I can plug those symbols in and we can cross check and see if they did in fact come out throughout the day. So, and then if we see a reason why they didn't come out, then maybe we can know what we need to tweak or change. Okay, seed. Low float, okay. TVLT, 1 million. Okay, so my float might be a little too big. Edible, yeah. EDBL, oops. Float, very low float. Okay, so first and foremost, my float is too high, I think. We'll bring that down to 10 million. And I'm going to turn those off. I'm going to change it to, let's see. Let's just see what I get with those. LSDI was one of the first ones that came through. Why are we not seeing some of these? Let's see. What's not lining up there? Could be the relative. I took the relative volume out or the time out. Let's try one more thing here before I go off a different channel. We're going to go for a docked channel bar. And explosive winners. Wonder if any of those came through today. No. Yeah, I wonder what I'm doing that can't get something like FETL. What did that look like early? FET. FET. Maybe that one wasn't spelled right. TBLT. Okay. Grr. I'm not really seeing any parallels here that are on your list. I'm not sure why. Okay, nothing in the dock. You've tried that. LiDAR, we got that one. INOC. INOD. That was too big. This one was running early, and this is 2.15 million, up 14%. Did this one come through? So here's what we can start to do. Maybe I missed it. So just so I get to it, we go to symbol list. We change this to single symbol, and then we can go CTNT. Did that come through? It did. Came through at 922. I can run a history on that and say how many times. Came through a lot. So there's that. Let's go try a different symbol. Single symbol seed. Did that come through? And if not, why not? That one did not come through. What's the deal with that one? The average daily volume might be too small. It is. That's why. So let's do this. Or did I already not do that? Oh, I don't have average daily volume. Okay, so volume today, that's probably going to suppress a lot from the open, maybe 100,000. Let's try that again. Did that come through? Seed still did not come through on that one. Let's try a different. Let's try EDBL. Did that come through at all? Yes, edible did come through a few times. So I'm gonna say we're kind of close. So in the interest of kind of moving on, I'll just grab that and I'll let you play with that one. You're only going to see one because it's going to show you the last one. So what you do, Michael, is you just once you've got it, see, I go to history today, and then you'll see, oh, that's how many times it actually did come out. Now, in real time, if you got a lot of symbols coming through in real time, the system's going to probably curate it. You'll see every symbol in history, but you will see it in real time. It just might be buried, in other busy symbols. So hopefully that helps. Did that come through or no? Save and share, copy all. There it is. It looks like something was blocked before that. So there's the cloud. Great. Hopefully that helps in the right direction. I'm going to close that window. All right. What's going on in the market? Anybody? Okay. So I'll just say this. The shorts, boy, did they get screwed. So yeah, I was on TV and all, not TV, but Trader TV Live and a lot of social media saying I got real defensive, went to cash, did some shorting in here, watched. Then we had a bounce off of the moving average and we could have easily fallen into the pits of hell. But as it happens, the Fed decides to say happy words and consumer price indexes and whatever come out. And this is an example visually of the shorts getting absolutely trapped and murdered. It's probably another reason why GameStop had a big run this week, because the shorts were just getting run over again, raked. It's a word I used recently, somebody liked. That being said, how much more do we have in the steam before we realize, hey, we took out prior highs? We have a lot of distance here between the current price and our momentum. This market is due for a bit of a breather. I'm going to say that. And so here's, following the last couple of days of just intense momentum, the 10 SMA, all of a sudden we're in the midday here and we're starting to bleed through that momentum. So I feel like we're close to maybe some profit taking, short-term profit taking, which would be completely healthy. Institutions, they use, depends on what they're looking for and what they're doing, but they're going to use quant models. They're going to use inputs and outputs. They're probably using VWAPs, which is a form of a moving average. Institutions are going to be using average volume weighted average price, because that's how they all gauge how well their orders were executed and worked. If you've got 1 million shares and you're a person, broker, et cetera, working the order for you, comes back and says, oh, you're in, but you're way above the average volume weighted average price for the day, that person's going to be fired, and that institution is going to look for somebody else to execute their orders in the market, who has a better algorithm for parsing up the orders and chopping them up throughout the day and trying to disguise them. But they will use VWAP mostly, which is an average, but it's using volume as a key input. NASDAQ, other hand, same thing, getting tired, starting to break down a little bit. All right. This tree map here is the, speaking of short floats and short squeezers, these are the stocks that have the most short float. This one has 28% short float. Earnings also helping push it higher. So, I mean, there's too many things to do in the day, but if I was only focused on trading quickly and short squeezes, this probably would have been on my radar today. Another decent one, which kind of shows the value that I get in this 10 SMA. It shows the sideways action gets kicked higher by just using this one simple moving average on a 15. I do not know about TWAP. What does T stand for? Trades? Trade weighted average? I don't know. I don't use that one. Okay. Turn my back on something and it hurts me. Not sure what that's all about. All right. Well, that is the trade of the week from 2 weeks ago. And I was in it and I still had a half and it just fell out of bed on me for some unknown reason. Patrick is here. I bought AG yesterday. Didn't even think twice about it. Silver was ripping and I saw it right about there. So in the money in AG. Time weighted. Okay. No, I don't use that one. And there's nothing wrong with anything that anybody uses and gets value from. So, I mean, I wouldn't crap on anybody's indicator. If you can make it work for you, then it's of value. I just don't want to have too many of them. And I'm just an old school person who's just kind of find what I look at. It's like an old baseball player, like immediately sees the pitch, the ball coming out of the hand of the pitcher and kind of identifies it just based on thousands of hours of knowledge. Here's Patrick. Oh, SMR down because of short. Oh, no. Short reports, huh? You know, okay. Okay. Michael Noss, I hope you're not listening. Because I'm shaking my head at the structure of what goes on out there. Got to protect those 20% short. Can't get a chart looking too good. No, sir. We got to come in and we got to crap and shit on it. All right. Cool. I'm not going to fight you assholes.
Do you want me to take over right now, Steve?
No, I'm just pissed. I'm so
Yeah,
sick of the freaking shorties playing their goddamn games. I'm so sick of them.
Yeah,
Hold
well, of course
on while I set a stop.
They try to back it up, of course. Oops, I typed in iceberg. They try to back. I didn't read the report itself. Iceberg doesn't come out with too many of these reports, but they came out. I cannot see what they said though. Why exactly? But we can't lump them all together because look at Hindenburg, or sorry, Fuzzy Panda, and what they did to GL.
I just got through talking about how I see a pitch coming out of a pitcher's hand and a high short float, and then you get shenanigans.
Right.
That grab $1,000 out of my pocket. It makes me a little pissed off.
Okay.
Makes me a little pissed off.
Yep. I didn't realize it was that much. So If you want to leave, I'll let you.
No,
You
I
can
don't
leave.
need to leave.
Okay.
No, that's trading. I mean, we can all learn from it. I mean, it is what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in there. I'm going to set a stop with my broker and say, if it goes back to lows, I'm not going to fight these scumbags.
Right.
And
The
that's how it
problem I
goes.
have with that sort of a short report, I have no problem with if they want to. I mean, you still would have got kind of screwed up on it, but if they release it after hours or in the pre-market, before anybody maybe has had a chance to buy it. Now you were already in it, so typically these
Yeah, and they were
short
getting
reports
squeezed.
go.
They were getting
Yeah.
squeezed. And so they
Mhm.
pick up the phone. And, I've been tweeting the long haired guy, Ian. I can't remember his last name. He's got he's been talking about kind of educating people, like, what's going on. And you start to put two and two together and how they kind of work. They have their friends. Hey, we need to pull this back a little bit. Can you write a story? Can you give us a downgrade? Wall Street is dirty. So
Mhm.
tell us how you really feel, Peppy, right?
Dear. And
But
when
yes,
you're
Debbie, a large short means I was anticipating the shorts were going to have to cover and buy and create a short squeeze. But when you have access to media and friends, they can counter that with shenanigans. So that's what upsets
so
me.
anyway, Steve, I think you've got a couple of words that you said that, so you're going to have to put some money into the swear jar. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I got all the money in the world now. Just kidding.
Hey, minus 1,000.
Oh my God.
I know. I don't want to make light of it, but when I was just listening, and when you said, "Yeah, I don't know why it went down," and I knew I had seen that actually before. Somebody mentioned that in the other room, maybe about an hour ago. They actually now, I guess but it wouldn't have helped you. But I also didn't know you were still
I
long.
would probably rather it come out during the market than after market if I have to
Okay.
find a bright side.
All right.
But I've been doing a lot of research lately, and Bain Capital and other companies, they just come in and they raid these companies, and I don't know. It's just
Mm-hmm.
it's a dirty business, and some companies deserve to be shorted,
Mm-hmm.
but companies don't deserve to be rated. That's just my opinion. And the way the chart
Mm-hmm.
was looking, it seemed like they were kind of on their heels, ready for a short squeeze.
Right.
And you're trying to make sense of things, and then if you just feel like you get a little dirty trick gets you, it's not fun.
On the other hand, I mean, these guys that might just be a short-term reaction. It might come right back up.
That's why I'm kind of glad I saw it when I did. Looking at this was the worst of it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is just a good base, and that's why I went in and put my stop order right down here.
Right.
But I tell you,
All
it's
right.
just annoying.
I'll
you
see you in about
you
20 minutes.
you were probably across the room and you heard a word and your ears perked up.
That's right. I had my headset on and I went, oh, Steve said a bad word. Oh, he said another one. All right, Steve, I'll let you go and keep talking about trading other than SMR. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yep.
right.
All right. See ya. That was fun. So yeah, anything over around 15 or 20% or higher, Debbie, means that when the price starts to get away from them, they're losing money quickly. And if traders start to sense that, which is exactly what happened in GameStop and AMC earlier this week, and Michael and I will be probably debating for the most part, especially after this little fiasco, about the merits of short selling versus gaming the system type short selling, meaning calling your friends for help. Um, there's many other things that can be done, but this is the kind of thing that happens when you've got a lot of shorts and they get scared real quickly. And I made money on this move and AMC, so I guess the trading gods are taking some of it back from me. But I identified SMR. I love the concept. I love it. And then the chart just started getting better and better and better. And short float was there, and it was getting away from the short sellers. And so that's not a fair fight. I don't like an unfair fight. I'm okay with being wrong, But when I'm wrong because of shenanigans, I don't want any part of it. Yeah, just go away. Goodbye. It's gone. Sold it. I don't need it. The worst thing I can do, or anybody can do as a trader, is to sit there and go, okay, okay, well, you got me. Well, I'm just going to hope now. I'm going to hope that this thing, comes back up and breaks through this horrible, support that just basically got thrashed. So I just have to rip the band-aid off and say, okay, it's not a fair fight sometimes. Whatever. I made money on the first, chunk. The problem is I added right here. I thought that this was going to be the worst of it, and then it was holding a nice little area right there, and turned my back to come and see you guys, only to see that somebody said we need help. So anyway, I don't want to sit here and turn this into a conspiracy theory hour. We'll talk about trading. What do you guys want to look at? We'll just get rid of this one. I just happened to pull up my P&L. I was surprised to see that. So I'm liking Patrick. I'm liking this HYMC still for a few reasons. You can see there's a seller here at 350. No real short squeeze. David trying to catch the top on spies. Oh yeah, it's this market is just the most absolute liquidity-driven monster since 2008 that I've ever seen in my life. The shorts had their way with INOD. Oops. Not a huge short float in INOD, but after earnings, killed them. Tight stops keep me alive. Yep. Wish I'd have had one in there. It would have helped, but I didn't. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Somebody asked about a symbol. What do we got? ALRN. Yeah, Mark, watch and go down. Once you get into that position of, you're hoping, and it just takes away all your mental focus. That's why I took it off my screen and just took it off. Just I'm moving on because it's a opportunity cost of going forward, and you just have to use your time and your mental capital wisely. And if you wake up every day going, "Oh, that stock is down again. When is it going to turn around?" Sometimes you just have to rip the band-aid off and let it go so you can focus on other things. I'd love to get back into Mind Med. I love this stock, but it's just getting hammered here under the 50. All right, we were going to look at a name, ALRN. It's holding above its 200, but it broke along with, see, it broke with the market. When the market and everything broke, it did too, but it didn't recover with the market. It just kind of kept going down. So it's got some work to do. It needs to come back up. Might find resistance at 5 again, but very low volume. It looks like low liquidity. Sorry, guys, I'm just typing something here. HYMC. Yeah, I'm actually in that one. And if you'll notice, I've got a buy stop to buy more if it gets above 53 cents. ATR and that's not what I'm trying to do. ATR and histograms. Can you show? Um, we can on, okay, I'll check that in a second. Average true range. I don't know if we can check that on the charts. You're asking about charts, I think, or ATR and histograms. Well, we can show histograms, indicators. Um, let's see, what would be a histogram? MACD, I think, would be a histogram. So, but right click on the charts and go to, add whatever we have in here. RSI is a line. ATR, I don't think we have, we do have average true range. Okay, so average true range, you just add that. And it's not going to be a histogram. It's going to be a line, it looks like. And I don't think we can configure that any differently. If that's what you're asking about. Let's see. SAV plug. Are those two charts you want to look at? Okay, SAV definitely in a downtrend, and it just got crossed back down below all the key moving indicators, even after earnings. So it really needs to hold, I'd say 388, 390. Gonna need to hold that. And then plug. Oof, gapped up on good earnings. Well, it might be a play for an entry, at maybe around this area as these moving averages come in support the $3 level. I don't know what you did with that one if you're already in, but that could be an interesting one. Oh, Dave sent an email last night. I haven't read the email that Dave sent. Let's see, but I can access it. Oh, okay. I see what you're looking. Okay. Got it. Thank you. That helps. So when we go to config, and if we set average true range, sorry, average true range, add filter, okay, and then if we set like a minimum 50 cents or whatever, this is the button right here that you're looking for. This is the show me button. Then there's one more step. If you see right there, histogram. All right, so let me take out that value. We'll go back to that button, go to histogram, and there you go. So whenever you have a setting, it'll show you how much of the market. This is the entire market. These are all the stocks in the market. It's kind of a bell curve of where these are the outliers of average true range. There's the mean average of average true range, and then there's the high end. So that histogram kind of tells you where your settings for average true range land in the bigger scheme of things. And that's the answer to your question, Debbie. No sound? You don't hear me? Well, it's in configure in average true range. No, you got it. Good. Okay. So average true range, just set that up, add that filter, and then use that magnifying glass. Perfect. And the histogram is going to show you where your settings are based on how many of those stocks in the general market bell curve meet your parameters. All right, I think we're caught up. Yeah, we looked at plug, we looked at J, AMD short scalp, AMD for a scalp. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what I like. Yeah, there are two things I like here, Jay. Bigger picture, it's running right smack into the 50. Short term, if it breaks and closes, if you get one closing candle below after all this support, all this strength, I like it. I think there's nothing wrong with it. You're in a downtrend to begin with, so you're following the general current, and you're using this outlier way up here at a level that is, I think, a great risk reward for setting up a short. I'm glad you brought that up, Jay. I think that's a wonderful idea. What I would do is I would just maybe you could buy a little bit short, a little bit, put on your radar. But once you get that first closing 15-minute candle that shows you this momentum is breaking, guess what? All the people in here are going to want to take profits. And so you can start to potentially benefit from them taking profits, from having kind of a keen eye, but most importantly, being contrarian. Okay, good, Debbie. All right, well, getting through the hour here. Of course, my mind wants to know, where did SMR go? I don't really care anymore. They win. What else were we talking about? We were talking about AG. I'm still in that. Silver really, really looks good. I mean, look how good silver is. And like Patrick said, PSLV is a great one to hold because it's an audited fund. They can vouch for the silver they claim they own, whereas SLV is you're taking the word for it. That's really the only difference. All right. Anybody have any other charts or anything, questions before I got to go? Hopefully we learned how to shake off a unfortunate situation after a few venting words. I had set a price alert on this one earlier. I don't want any part of that one. But, going back to the beginning, JT and everybody, using that price alert feature is a great 1-2 punch. Oh, I missed Mohammed. How a scan can be built to catch a stocks that have gapped up pre-market, then pulled back a lot, also pre-market with good volume. Okay, if you're still here, Mohammed, yes, there you are. Got it. I'm so sorry I missed you. So we can do that. We would go like new alert. I'm going to use new 15-minute low. New 15-minute low is going to tell us that it's making new lows. Add that alert, and we'll make that our alert. And we need to add a gap. So we would say gap. Anything that's going to gap up maybe more than, you can play with this one yourself, of course, but let's call it 10%. Big gaps. All right. Stocks that are over, $3, you can change that if you want. More than $100 to keep that gap kind of in perspective. Just kind of riffing here. Volume today, we want at least, I would say, especially on a big gap, 200,000 shares traded so far. And then down, change. What has it done? Change in 30 minutes. Well, again, we're using 15-minute lows, but if we use a 15-minute filter, which is kind of waiting for the first 15 minutes, so let's do it 15. Let's just keep it consistent. 15-minute filter, and then we use a negative value. So of that 10%, maybe we've already lost negative 2% minimum on a new 15-minute low. So we could start with something like this. So this gives us ASTS. gives us more than that? Okay, so these are all stocks that did gap up, but at some point, that one was coming down early. That's kind of how you would do it. You could play around with some different ideas, like maybe a 30-minute low instead of a 15-minute low. And we'll go back and we'll change that filter 30 minutes. Let's say it has to be down, 2% in 30 minutes. But that's kind of the idea and how you would use the filters in the intraday new low to catch stocks that have gapped up pre-market, but then are pulling back a lot. Also pre-market. Okay, so also pre-market, we can add one more. All we have is pre-market lows, so there's nothing really to see in pulling back pre-market. I'm just going to give it to you as is right here because I've got to run. But
sorry, Steve. Maybe position in the pre-market range.
Oh, okay, that's true. Well,
as a filter, and so,
but it's an alert window though.
Yeah,
what would you use for the event?
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe a 5-minute low or something like that. But if you want it to be, let's say, 50% of the pre-market range as a pullback, and then a 5-minute low, I would probably not use an event. I would use a top list window.
Okay.
I would not do it as an alert. There's just not enough alerts that you can really use, in my opinion. I would use a top list window and put the position in the pre-market range, 40 minimum, 60 max, something like that. And then, so you've got a stock that's gapped up, but now it is pulled back at least 50%.
Okay, so
or whatever number you want.
So gap percent, add filter at least 10%. That price all works. And then position and pre-market range, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Position and pre-market range, add filter, and say, what did you suggest?
Well, it'll be up to him, but 40 min, 60 max.
Okay,
I don't know, something like that. A bit of a range.
Okay, so you're in a range there. Okay,
yeah,
got it.
It could be 60, 80. I mean, just want to have a min and a max, though.
It's a starting point. I'll go ahead and share that and drop that in the chat before I got to scoot. All right, I better run.
All right. Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Sorry for the bearer of bad news, but bye. Okay, guys, I am now. Just give me a moment. Got to take over the screen. So I'm in the screen now. I'm in YouTube now. And I am back in the other room, both rooms now. Let me get rid of this announcement. And one last thing to do. The all-important music. There we are. All right, guys. Now, I am super interested in this CGEM, okay? It is an earnings play today. It has been falling off earnings. And I had an alert at 24.88, okay? That was on the distance to the next low, certainly way more than $2 away, of course. So I'm kind of interested in this CGEM. My only issue with it right now is that the spread is not great, but if that bid gets down and the ask catches up, this might be a potential short for me. That is the CGEM. Meanwhile, I can't believe how wrong I was about FFIE. I mean, this is the classic, I guess. I mean, high short interest. I mean, it's I think it was over 100%. No, 86% short float. So I was very wrong about this one. Wrong in that I just thought once it broke down through $1 again this morning in the pre-market after it tried yesterday to get up to $1. And even that opening 9:45 candle, it got up to 117, and then the next candle, it's back down to 88. I figured that was it, but I couldn't have been more wrong. And it's not, I'm going to check another website because it's not a low float. I mean, 42 million is not high, but it's certainly not crazy low. But I just want to check another website and see what they've got. Yeah, they've got the same 42 million. Wow. So that's quite the move, guys, for 42 million. Again, that's not high, but that is a big move, obviously. 200% with that float. Wow. And believe it or not, it still has some room on the weekly chart. The weekly chart high is 270. I'm sure they must have done, well, maybe not. Maybe they never did a reverse split. Seen this one, we used to see this one, this Faraday Future Intelligent. It's an EV play, of course, in the sector. Well, not just in the sector, it actually does manufacture electric vehicles. Now, I have no idea if they've sold any. I thought they're, for some reason, I thought they were out of China, but they're out of California. I have no idea. Many reverse splits. Okay. So they've done many reverse splits and they've only got the float down to 42 million. So they must have had hundreds of millions in the float before. All right. Well, we got a spare 300K. We'll get one. Have you, and Mamba, have you actually seen one? Well, 300K for an EV, it must be made out of gold, platinum plated. Yeah, you guys are talking about CRKN. Now, Hall, what do you want me to do with this? Only up 500%. Well, who knows? I see Crown Electrokinetics. Let's call it in the, I don't know. No, so this is definitely not in the EV market. They make smart glass in the smart glass market. Okay. Buy and pray. Yes. One for 80. Okay. Thank you, Baba. All right. TRNR from Jay in our YouTube room. TRNR. If it's under $1, I typically just don't trade it. But I mean, yeah, go for it, guys. I mean, I just don't trade these. And if you're going to ask me why, I don't mean just you, Jay, but anybody. It's just one of those things. It's just I just don't feel comfortable trading these. I got to take so many shares to make any money, and I don't have that confidence level. So why am I going to fight? Why am I going to fight that? Yeah, you might even want to consider Maxon here, guys. I mean, Maxon, MAXN, another one of these high short floats. 364 is the next high looking left. Okay, it's already been on a roll here. I'm just looking at my high short interest scan, super simple scan, um, and how I've sorted it. Now, there's the short float. Okay, that is the short float percent, but I've sorted it on where they are in relation to the high of the day. So there's Kura right at the high of the day, 15% short. Well, no, I didn't like FFI. Yeah, we saw it yesterday, and it tried to get to $1. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart yesterday. So you can see that it got literally to 98 cents, and I thought that was it. Okay, and then this morning, and then back down to 65 cents, 69 cents. This morning, tried again to get to $1, but again back down to 76 cents. And even when it opened, it got what's that right there? That is $1.16. But then the next candle, right back down to 85 cents. I figured, it's just a bunch of nonsense happening. But at 12 o'clock noon, when I was taking my break, my expensive break, I may have got into this one. I may have got into this on a break of the high of the day, 127. Not 100% sure I would have, but at least that would have given me some confidence breaking the high of the day. Never thinking it would do this, of course, and when you look left, I mean, there were all sorts of, no, not here. Okay. The next high looking left was that 132. So over $1 on the weekly chart, there was 132. Now it blew right through that, and it's blown through that and not quite up here. But no, I mean, I was not enamored by that one at all. All right, so CGM is not giving me what I wanted, so I'm still going to put an alert. It may happen later on, but I'm going to put an alert down here. But actually, this looks more like a bounce play. I have an alert down here, 2473, but this is now. See, William, a lot of those that I'm seeing, I mean, they can turn into nice bounces too. Yes, I can. That I can share. There is nothing in here that is a custom formula. I'm sure there isn't. And no symbol list or anything. And of course, you can adjust it as you see fit. Okay. So just give me a moment. Okay, there it is, Mohammed. Were you the Mohammed that was in YouTube or another one? Okay. And of course, you can sort it any way you want. If you wanted to short it on the ones that have the most, oops, these are So, SPWR, 95%. Now, understand that these numbers get adjusted, okay, every twice a month. So these may be a little bit out. It's very possible, but good enough for our, I've got a minimum of 15%, okay, short float. See right down here, 15.04. I actually, though, like to sort it on the position in the day's range to see where they are near the high of the day. You don't have to, of course. You, in fact, um, you might want to put the position in the day's range, but use this filter, but for pullbacks. Okay, so use that 40 to 60 that I was suggesting in the pre-market range. So a stock that is pulled back no more than 60% and but at least 40%, if that makes sense. It's up to you, of course. I just like to sort it on where they are with respect to the high of the day. I do not back test my scans, no, JT. I just want to see the alerts, okay? Most of the scans that I have, JT, do not have a lot of alerts. So I want to see the alerts, and then I click on them, and then I make up my mind on if I want to trade them. The only one that has a lot of alerts is this one, and that is more for when things get a little bit slow. I will take a look at this and start clicking on some of these. But most of the scans that I have do not give me so many alerts, and so I just want to see the alert that happens with all my filters in place, and then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it or not. Backtesting also is it takes you got to have the time to do it, and I just don't have the time. Okay, guys. So, as an example, two here in the breakdown, not that many. And usually these are spaced out. Okay. It's not like I'm getting a bunch of them, 10 at the same time. And then the other thing, just to finish off the topic about backtesting scans, is that you can backtest a scan and you can actually get it so it looks decent in terms of profit factor and win percentage and all that. And then what can happen is even within days, it could degrade on you. And by that, I mean, the alerts you're getting, you're not liking it, or it's just not giving you the same type of quality. So then you've got to go back to the drawing board. Then you have to start tweaking the back test, maybe changing a volume, price range, all sorts of things. Again, it is a lot of fun if you've got the time to do it. But I just don't have the time to do it. Okay, RR, where can I find an alert scan? Okay, so when you say you're new, are you new to Trade Ideas, RR? I'm talking to RR in our main room. Are you new to Trade Ideas? Okay, so have you gone through now? have you gone through the 10 videos, as I always suggest people do, before they do anything else? I mean, I can give you the link for them. You might not have to. You have gone through them. Okay. So when you say, how can I find an alert scan? I mean, there are lots and lots and lots of alert scans. I'm sharing a lot of mine. Okay. There are a lot of in here. If I click on new and dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay. So there are scans in here. So are you new to trading also? No. Okay. So do you have an idea like what you're looking for? Are you an intraday trader or are you a swing trader? Okay. Well, right off the bat, then, if you, and you say you've got some trading experience. Okay. So cool. This that you see right here, this relative strength leaders from the close percent, these are all stocks that are trading abnormally. So again, if you're an intraday trader like myself, you obviously should be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume, maybe option volume, things like that. And these stocks right here, because obviously a stock that's up 217% has to be trading an astonishing amount of volume. So look at this. I mean, as an example, I mean, that's the one that's front and center. 62 million shares are traded. It only has 1.5 million in the float. Today, that is trading 2,193 times normal. Okay, today. And that's based on that relative volume scan or filter. That's based on, it's a time based. So that's up to 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. So if you even just had just this, and you saw the stocks that are really trading abnormally, now you have to figure out a way to trade them, of course. But at least that gets you to look at the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now these are all on the way up. You know, you could flip it if you're into shorting. You could flip it to show the stocks that are trading abnormally on the way down. I'm also sharing. I mean, you know, I'm sharing some scans. These are alert window. This is more like well, the top list window, but these are real time alerts. You know, 10-day daily breakouts, 10-day daily breakdowns. Sorry, guys. So I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay, you can take, and I'm an intraday trader, so you can take a look at them, and maybe, and I've tried to name them so they might make sense. And I'm just putting my homepage link in. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so if you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, so you can take a look at some of these. The ones I've been talking about. I would look at the combo scan. Okay, this takes into account abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily break, either on the way up or down. This is the relative strength leaders. This is the one I was pointing out. Well, this halts and resumes. I mean, it's a scan sort of. I call it more information, telling you when a stock is halted, when it starts, when it resumes from the halt. But, you know, the 10-day daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakout, these are all abnormal. These are all stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. But again, these are my scans, and you can have any one of them. You know, don't talk SMR to Steve. I had to give him the bad news. If you're in our YouTube room, yeah, I had to give him the bad news. Now it is starting to come back. Now, the other thing are if you're looking for like something very, fairly specific. Now, first of all, I mean, I don't know if you've had a look at all this. You say again, you have some experience trading. So if you this is an alert window, one of the ones I'm sharing. So if I right click and click on configure, and then okay, so this is an example of an alert window that I created. All right. So this is how you always start off in an alert window. You always have to have some filters. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, give me one moment, please. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum volume, 100,000 shares. Okay. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, at least. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. But the bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day, I get a real-time alert. So the last one that met all the filter requirements and made a new high of the day was LENZ at 115. It is now 120. So since that time, no other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So that's an example but you want to build your own. These are all the real-time alerts we've got. Now, as I always say, I usually go over this around 10-20 every day, but don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to know them all, even look at them all. I mean, you might want to look at them because you say you have some idea of trading. So you might see something that says, yeah, I wouldn't mind looking at that. When I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. The only reason we have so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company had to create enough different filters and real-time alerts, to satisfy most of the most of the type of scans that people might want. Okay. All the different trading setups that are out there. Does it satisfy every single one of them? No. But, I think the company's done a pretty good job at creating enough different ones so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Now, for instance, I only use the new high and the new low. That's my style. Okay. And only a handful of the filters. Doesn't mean that any one of these are bad. It just means it doesn't meet my trading style. Okay. Oops. No, here we are. Whoa, no kidding, Spy Red. Now, well, okay. And guys, I know some of you were looking at the marijuana stocks, cannabis stocks earlier in the day. I did see this, but I also saw this. So, all right, well, maybe it'll get it rolling. Biden says the Justice Department is taking the next steps to reclassify marijuana. However, it still has to pass through your Senate, right? This is not a done deal or anything like that. It has to go through your Senate. Your Senate. I'm a Canadian, so that's why, in case somebody's wondering why am I saying your Senate. So it's not a done deal. Am I correct? Okay, how can I import your scanner and how? Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, I'll show you. Now, all this is in our guide. Okay, so let's just say you wanted the momentum scan, okay, or anybody else who's listening. So let's say you wanted the momentum scan. You see where it says open scan. So I click on that. What's going to happen is a new tab will show up. Okay. Okay. Sometimes it overwrites. I don't, I guess there's a setting in Chrome. I could say, no, create a new tab. But at any rate, here is the string, the link. Okay. For it. See what I did? I just highlighted it, and now I'm going to copy it. Control C. So now I've copied this link. I've copied the link. Next step, file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. Notice that that string is right in here. That link is right in here. Okay, if you've done it correctly, in that box, it'll appear. Now, for some reason, it doesn't, and I can't remember the last time it didn't do it, but for me, you'll have to paste it in. Control V, and that'll paste it in. But I would say that 99.99% of the time you're going to see it, and then you just load it. Okay, now it's on your screen. Now it is on your screen. Okay, and it's the same for any one of this, any one. Now, your next step is this. If you like this and you want to like keep it part of your layout, because you should probably have a layout that you want to see virtually every day. I have the same layout that I look at every day, with the charts I want, the time frames I want, and all that. So you might, if you wanted this one, then you would incorporate it as part of your layout. So what I would do is I would just create your time frames that you want in your charts. You don't have to be the same as me. If you want this relative strength leaders, you can have it. I mean, it's on my page. So in other words, just create your layout. You can create your own scans. You can take my scans. Once they're on the screen, then you file. I would save everything I actually save every individual scan to your cloud. Okay. So right now, if you like this one, I would right click and then save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. And let's say you built a layout that you like, and file, save or share to cloud. More than likely, you'll click on entire layout, give it a name. Could be RR's first layout, whatever name you want, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Why it's important to save things into the cloud is because well, there's a few reasons. Okay. I hear people that they don't save things to the cloud, and then they say, oh, I created a scan and I don't have it anymore. I didn't save it to the cloud. Can you help me? Pretty hard. But if you save it to the cloud, it's always going to be there. Even if I do this, if I exit out accidentally, I click that X. If I've saved it to the cloud, it's in there. I can always bring it back. Okay. The other reason to save things to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working off a desktop computer. I have a couple of laptops. I have some tablets. Okay. I can have it on all those different devices. I can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But if I ran out and bought a new laptop this afternoon, all I have to do is download trade ideas, and then I file load from cloud. Okay. And I can load my layout from the cloud or individual scans. So it's obviously a big time saver. You don't have to, from scratch, on each device you've got, recreate everything. I mean, most people, I think, understand how the cloud in general works. Okay, so really emphasize that. Save everything to the cloud. Peter, welcome to our country. It always takes a while. All right, guys. So now I'm now looking at some of these ones from the distance to the next high. So there is a part of me that is thinking that if I'm going to take a short on that scan, I want the stock to be negative. There's a part of me that thinks that as opposed to positive. I mean, yeah, there you can get a lot of these that are just going to keep moving down. I get it, but I'm just wondering. And that's why I'm doing the experiment of it. For instance, here's Whirlpool, WHR. So it's down for the day, down for the day. And 91.89 was the alert. So I will stick a price alert down there around that level. Now, here's one on the way up, Marvel. Boy, that's really, really tight. That high right there in the weekly chart is possibly the, well, you don't have to guess. There it is. The distance to the next high is $2.11. So it's probably that high in the weekly is probably, if I expanded my daily chart out, well, forget what I'm saying, because that is the daily chart. Sorry, I thought I was looking at a weekly chart. So that basically wiped out everything. So we've got the NAS is now slightly negative. The Dow is still a little bit up. The SPY is basically flat. So that this action right here has wiped out all this good work all day long. So that I can see that Bitcoin took a hit too. Now I don't know. Ooh, this might get me interested now. So Bitcoin took a hit. It basically is following the market. And what did I have up? Oh, SPY. Just give me a moment. So this guy talked. This is one of the Fed presidents that talked. Says no decision made on Fed digital currency. I don't know if that had the effect. Who is your broker? Perfect Circle. Perfect Circle in our YouTube room saying took a short on FFIE. No shorts available. Oh, what? I cannot believe this. I could have sworn there were no shorts available for FFIE at Interactive Brokers, but there were 3.25 million. Wow. Too late for me now, but I had no idea there were shorts available. I could have sworn that I looked. For these cheap ones, usually that have done reverse splits, usually a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but I mean, there are a ton of shorts. Yeah, LM funding. Yeah, this is popping. I see this. This is in the again when things get a little bit slow. I'll check these out on the momentum scan, and you can see why it's momentum. See the volume coming in. It's an earnings play today. Yes, it's an earnings play this morning. And now I'm glad I didn't short it. FFIE coming back now. Well, actually, and now it is halted. So I'm really glad I didn't short it. So let's see where it could open to. So what you're seeing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is, well, you see the symbol here, halted at 190. Excuse me, this column here is telling you what the potential open could be. Okay, but this is going to, these numbers will change because these are typically halted for 5 minutes. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 139 plus 43 seconds. But, and this number will probably change. Now, if you're in this one now, you got in it now, you will hope that this number at least remains above the halt price. Well, it'd be interesting to see where it opens for sure. I mean, this could turn into a, because there is no news. Just give me a moment. I'm just looking to see if there was any news 2 days ago. So what was that? That was May 14th. See if there's any news here. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Yeah, the only thing is more than likely it gets all caught up in the short float mania. Okay, that's all I can think is because it has such a high short float percent. Can't see it now because it's I've sorted on the but if I do this, there it is. So that's the only thing I can think of. Of course, when GME and AMC and all those other ones were ripping, this just sort of joined the party because there's no news on this one other than the fact that traders looked at this and said, "Wow, 86% short float. Let's pile in and destroy the shorts for a while anyway." All right, guys. So I take off at around 3 o'clock, and William says he will keep the main room open until at least 4. And so before I do take off, I will put the main trading room link in our YouTube room. And for those who don't know, who are sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another room. It's way more action, or there's more activity in terms of traders posting among themselves, okay, talking about ideas. And that room will be open till 4. Even when I leave at around 3, there'll be no screen sharing and nobody be on the mic, but you can still go into that room and post ideas. Yeah, I almost dipped in on the CGM, but I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. Now, okay, if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in 10 seconds, okay? And here's your potential open. So you got to hope that I would hope that this is, if you're in it, okay. If you got in this one, I would be probably taking some off because you don't know what's going to happen here. Now, I know I say that sometimes I will take something that if it pops through the halt price, but that's usually only on the first halt. In other words, comes down through the halt price and then moves above the halt price, but that's usually only on the first halt. It's holding though, it is holding. I have to give it that. And again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. And I know I repeat myself all the time, but we get emails that say, Barry was showing some screen that, can I have it? No, it's from Interactive Brokers. If you've got Interactive Brokers, just do a search on time and sales, and you too can have that same screen. Well, this has got a little bit of room, guys. This Prime Medicine, PRME, a little bit of room because when you look left on the weekly chart, next high is 760. This is another one of those short floats, 21.8% short. So it's another one. Been very, very choppy in the 15-minute chart, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. And the pre-market high was 722. Just trying to see if there's anything that looks, really, really primo as a setup. No pun intended on the prime. All right, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit here, maybe 5 minutes. What time is it now? 1:43, 1:45. Say to 1:50. If you have a question, I can come back. When I say come back, I'm not leaving my chair, but there's something I just want to concentrate on. But if you have a question, you can ask. Don't worry, I will come back onto the mic. Okay, guys, I am now back. Wake everybody up. No, here's another one, guys. RBA. Now that showed up at 74.50. Okay, 74.50, and might be a little bit late. 74.50 might be a little bit late. Unfortunately, 74.32 now. This is when I say showing up again. Another one that's looking not an earnings play. It was an earnings play a few days ago. Coming back down. The next low looking left is 71s. $2, at least $2 away. Well, I'm thinking that a whirlpool. Oops, let me get rid of the announcement. I'm thinking that a whirlpool, with this market moving down like it is, might want to join in. So it's got to get down. You see, there is the next low looking left on the weekly chart, 91.90. So that's why I got the alert at 91.89. Where are you? 91.89, because it had just broken down here. Okay, and then the next low looking left is $5.51 away if it gets back down to that 91.89. So that's why I'm kind of interested in it. Lots of room to move down. And I'm thinking that, the market should help if it keeps doing this, but it's just not. But that's why I've got a price alert set down there. I won't act unless it happens. Keeps me out of a lot of trades. Keeps me out of a lot of bad trades, I should say. All right, so now that everything's down. NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is down a little. So when you say that, Shady, you mean about to puke for the next month or just today? Well, I mean, here's another one, it's probably moving with the market. The problem with a lot of these is they probably move a lot with the market, and rather than be trading more on their own, but I'm talking about the CAMT. Oof, I missed this one. Morph, not bad. Morphic Holding. It's not an earnings play. 31.38. We had an alert at 31.05 right here on the 10-day daily breakout, right before I took my break at 11:58. Okay, so the 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away. It is not caring about what the market is doing. See if there's any news on this one. It's a bio, of course, but yeah, I don't see any news on it. But it's not caring that the market is doing this. Well, I hope I caught that sneeze in time. GWAV. Okay, that is, saw you post that earlier, Draw. GWAV. Another one that is under a dollar, making an insane move. And probably not a high short float percent, 0.51%, meaning most people probably don't have shorts available, but 137 million shares in the float. It can that be right? I mean, it says 253%. It's only 15 cents, but it does. Okay. Well, that is a massive float for a stock that's 22 cents. I'm surprised that at some point, when are they going to have to do a reverse split in order to get over a dollar? So for you penny players, I mean, you look left and there is a high of 60 cents or so. So So 5,000 shares, you're spending about $1,000, a little over $1,000. Well, that's it. Those are my thoughts. Okay. You asked what are my thoughts on CGC? The news is pushing it up for sure. Um, but we've seen this before, we saw that on that day, big, huge pop. It's still, yeah, I mean, so it is still, it's not, explain it again, please, William. So the Justice Department is taking the next steps to reclassify marijuana. Okay. But what does that mean in terms of overall legalization in your country, like we have in Canada? Still has to get voted on, and what your house, your Congress or the House and Senate. So it's all news. You're right. It is all news, but you get some report that comes out and says, you know what, it's going to take forever for it to actually get totally legalized, and I mean, it's just news. I don't like to trade these sort of things. If you're asking, you know, as a swing or something like that. It's so based on the news. And what if some report comes out and says, you know what, it might happen, but it's going to take months or years. Now, there are many who swung this one, back here when it went from 310. These are weekly charts, and probably swung all the way up to here, and they did really, really well. And let's take a look at the one of the MSOS. So instead of just looking at one stock, here's an ETF for that industry, for that sector, MSOS. Another one is MJ, I think. Who trades more? We have 17 million there, and then there's MJ. So looks like MSOS certainly has more liquidity. MSOS, a lot more action with it, and it looks just like CGC. So this may be the safer, because CGC, of course, could have news on its own that might damage it. But if the news about cannabis if it does take an effect, well, this is your ETF for it. Again, this is not a recommendation. I may be completely wrong about taking this one instead of CGC. It's just that obviously with CGC or any individual stock, maybe they go and do a financing or something. So whereas this is not going to be affected by one individual stock. Though CGC may have, I think William looked at this one a long time ago and saw what stocks were actually in here, MSOS, because it sort of lagged the cannabis plays. And I think, William, didn't you say that they were mostly in cash at that point? I'm sure they're not now, and probably weren't here. MSOX. Okay, what's the volume? 17.8 million for this one, MSOX. I mean, there's good. So this is a little more, I don't want to call it risky, but this is the two timer. So this is up 15%. And this is up basically half of it, 7.8%. Okay. So MSOX is basically this, two times it. So yeah, wonderful when it's moving higher, not so good when it's moving lower. There were all kinds of weird, very little stock. Really, I wonder if it's got to have changed based on this. Got to have changed by now. You are short, obviously, pop up. You're short FFIE. So Steve would say this is a pretty important level right here, the 10 SMA on the orange line you see here, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Will that act as support? Oh, really weird. Yeah. Really weird. Thank you for that. Still have my eye on Whirlpool, guys. WHR. Still have my eye on it. It's got to take out this level down here, 91.89. It's got to get down there as a potential short. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything. Now, the LSDI, keep an eye on the LSDI, okay? This could be one of those ones that we talk about all the time, okay? Stock that went crazy early. Now, it's chopped around quite a bit, but if it can get over, say, this 160, 172 mark, okay, on some volume, see how the volume is completely tapered off, tapered off. But if it can poke through all this, it may have another run in it. Okay, it's 2 o'clock now. The high of the day was 240, so gets to 170. It may have another run. We see this a lot. Stocks that were super active early, and then they really don't do anything for hours, it seems. So that's why I'm just going to stick a price alert up here. I know the one that yesterday worked out wonderfully was AWIN. And I think it was right around, it was right here when we saw it, 643, and it got up to 768. I mean, it came right back down again. Don't get me wrong; these are not, not for holds or anything like that. But that was a wonderful move. Now, again, I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with that LSDI, but doesn't hurt to put a price alert up on that area and see if it pops through. And also, it's not that it was extraordinary volume, but you can see how the volume was tapering off. This is AWIN yesterday, was tapering off, and then all of a sudden, just that little volume bar popped it up, And that's all it took. Ugh, what a short. Pop up. You are doing well on that short now. Another halt on the way down. And, would it surprise anybody if this closes under $1 today? Tom Potvin in our YouTube room, the one who's talking about G Wave. Ooh, on the way down though. There you go. Yep, we have seen CTNT over and over and over again. All right, guys, so it's 2:09. So I think what I'll do is just go over my homepage one last time, the information you can find on it. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, right at the very top. Subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the code. If you use the code, the credit goes to the room, and that really goes a long way to keeping the room free. It's that simple, okay? Get started. 10 short videos. You must do that before you do anything else. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a series of videos that Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put together, free. Stock of the Day video that I do is free. Trade of the Week is also free. Okay, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. Just take a quick look at our user guide. Lots of information in the user guide. I think all nicely sectioned. All the important sections are sectioned. Okay. And again, like any other user guide, you don't have to learn everything. And last, if you are looking for my scans, you just click on my homepage link and scroll down. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Any questions about them, you can ask me. Aha, so actually this actually popped after that halt. FFIE actually popped after that halt. where it got down, and then it was halted at 133, opened at 125, and then it's moved right back up to 147. So nice one, pop up. All right, Trex looks interesting to me as a potential short. Looking left, of course, it's got the room, about $3 to the next low. It's not not chasing it exactly. Yeah, there's the common theme I'm seeing though in some of these. The spreads aren't great, and what I may do is up the relative volume also. I've just got the bear one. I may raise it to at least two. This is a buyout, guys. It just made a new high. It's a buyout though, TSRI. So that's pulled back 50 cents now from the highs here, 12, and it actually got all the way back down. Do you see what I mean? 1122. Oh, okay. Now, how about you, Whirlpool? WHR. So now it's got to get down here to 91.87. So let's see if this has a move down. Maybe, and the market will help it. The trading room is not delayed at all. YouTube has about an 8-second delay on, it's a YouTube deal. So YouTube has about an 8-second delay. The main room has no delay. Boy, look at the room. I mean, this has got such a lot of room, guys. WHR. But for some reason, it is just not that dynamic, and it might be just the relative volume. I mean, it's only 1.2. It's just not that dynamic. It's not a big float. 52 million in the float is not a lot for a $91 stock. Well, I do see that CGEM is now making a low here, but I'm holding out on this WHR, guys. I really am. I want to see, especially if this market continues like this. I'm trying to figure out, if it gets down into, say, the 91.81 ish, okay, I can put my stop at 92 and just see if it moves down from there and moves with the market. So CGEM did what I wanted it to do a lot earlier, but it's doing it now. I'm not in it. So I'm actually looking at GME. I have traded this one a couple of times, but I'm looking at this high right there. Maybe if it takes it out, it might have a run still. I don't think it's going to be tied into the market. All right, I think this one is from yesterday, the PSFE. I'm probably put a price alert yesterday on this one. Yeah, as another potential short because this has $2 underneath. My issue right now, though, with these is just not seeing too much follow through. So I'm not going to try to manufacture a trade just because I'm bored, which I'm not. Okay, guys, so I'll probably wrap up like I have been, maybe more like 2:45. If there are questions, I'll always stick around, but I'll probably wrap myself up or wrap this up for me at about 2:45. William will keep the main room open until 4, he said. Oh, halted on the way down again. FFIE, I see. Halted on the way down again. Don't know these guys at all. Offshore oil and gas field operations, Sable Offshore Core, SOC, all-time high now. SOC, all-time high. Looks like it started trading as SOC here. Maybe it was a symbol name change. That was in February. So it might have been a symbol name change. I don't know if it was an IPO. Yeah, Shaw. I mean, I'm just not going to force the issue. I have my price alert set, and if they don't trigger, so be it. I'm just not going to force the issue to try to take a trade when everything is not satisfied in terms of my checklist. Yeah, you have to create a symbol list. Well, okay. If it's just one symbol, well, you can create a symbol list and then put the symbols in that you want to never see. Okay? So yeah, this is a drop down. Exclude the following lists, okay? Exclude the following lists, but you'd have to create a symbol list, put those symbols in. Now, if it's just one symbol, I don't know if that's what you want to do. Okay? But, sometimes there are a bunch of symbols that you don't ever want to see, and so create a symbol list, put those in, and then just choose that. Of course, you'll have, when you create the symbol list, and then make sure it moves over, and then you just click exclude the following lists and check it. No way to snooze it. No. You're not talking about the don't repeat, of course. I don't think anyway. Now, that's not correct. I am incorrect. You could do something like this. Now, don't repeat ever. Yeah, that's not going to help. Yeah, but I don't think that's. I don't see how you designate, though. I've never used this before, so I don't know how you designate that symbol. Oh, how do you, I don't know. I have to admit, I've never used it before. How would you designate? Well, I don't want to see TSRI. Exactly, Pepe. I didn't think so. So you cannot do that using that. It'll basically do everything. Try to load your scan. I could not. Okay, let's. So are you using? First of all, are you using our downloadable application or are you using our web-based version? In other words, do you have a toolbar that looks like this? If you can see what I'm pointing to. So I'll have to make sure I know. But is this the toolbar that says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account, etc.? Is that the toolbar that you see? Can you see what I'm pointing to? Okay. Okay. Well, so I just had to know what version of Trader it is you're using. Okay. So let's do this again. Okay. And I'm going to ask you as we go along. Okay. So first of all, when you click on my link, you obviously can see this page, right? You click on my homepage link, you see this page. Okay. And then you can see my scans. You click here, you see the scans, or now you're in the scan section. Yes. Okay. So let's pick. Let's pick one that we can see on my screen. Okay. So the relative strength leaders is this. I know I've just abbreviated it. So when you click on open scan, do you not, now again, it depends on your browser, I guess, but maybe it makes a new tab, but can you not see the link? See what I did? Can you see this link when you do it? Okay, perfect. Now, just highlight it. See what just normal highlighting. Just and now copy it. Control C. So you were able to highlight it like I did. Like that's pretty basic for most programs, right? And then Control C now is copied it. You're able to do that. Well, you don't know that yet because now we go to the file load. But you were able to copy it, right? In this fashion. In other words, highlight it and then Control C. Okay. Now, file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. When you do that, you should see it right in this box. You see how this ends in 639D, 639D. So it's exactly the same link. It's in this box. Yes? Sorry, I don't know if that last yes was for this. Can you say yes again? If this is so you did that at 228. So I did it. Now don't do it differently. Do it exactly the way I do it. Okay. I know there's instructions like this. It's to me, it's just too confusing. Well, if you do it exactly the way I've just done it, you should have this link here and then you just load it and then it'll appear on your screen. So, but that's got nothing to do. Okay. Are you just talking about another scan that you tried to load? I'm just trying to give you the concept of loading a scan from my homepage. Okay. Whether it's a, so what were you doing? This race mode? This you okay, were you loading the race mode? That's probably the only thing that is a little more complicated. These two races. Okay. Well, okay, first of all, let's make sure you can do this is a little more complicated because then you have to start the race. I now understand what happened. Okay, if I open the scan, copy, file, load from cloud, there it is. I load it. And now you're wondering, okay, now what, right? Okay. If you want to start the race, just hit that little right arrow. And now I don't run races anymore. Okay. And the race will start. I'm running 4-minute races. The race will start in about at 30 seconds after, in 30 seconds. Well, not 30 seconds from now, but at 3:30, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it'll start. And then you're going to see what the race is all about. I don't run races anymore. Okay. So now the race starts. Okay. And all it's doing, again, you would pick the one that requires just a little more explanation, but that's okay. It takes a top list window. Again, I hope I don't want. Do we have to run a race, RR? Can we just do any other scan? Because now we're getting into the, it takes a top list window. And then, wow, why isn't it loading? Just give me a moment. Okay. So it takes a top list window. Okay. Now, you can find out what top lists are all about, but it takes a top list window. And in this particular top list window, it's looking for stocks between $10 and $50. The volume has to be at least half a million shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. The market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So if all these filter values are met, these are the stocks that appear. And so when a race starts, it takes a look at all these stocks, and the race starts, and it's just like any other race. Whatever stock is moving the most since the race started, you'll start to see it at the top here. Okay. So CGC has moved 1%. It's moved 10 cents. And Chewy, is up 0.29. I mean, nothing spectacular. Sometimes you'll see some big percentage moves, but again, every stock starts off just like any other race at the same position, and then when the gun goes off, whoever's leading will be at the top. CGC is leading now, but doesn't necessarily mean when the race is over in another minute that it's going to be the winner. Some other stock could come out of nowhere and take over, and what happens is a top 10 list is created of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And again, these are 4-minute races. So you take 4 minutes, divide it into the number of minutes there are during the market, 360 or so, 390. So that's the number of races. I don't run races anymore. Okay. But that's why you didn't see anything. You just had to, and you can run a race from any top list window that you want. You can create your own set of parameters, different price range, any parameter you want. And then you just launch the race from it. Launch the race. But that's the, I don't run races anymore, but all the other ones, every other one here is well, you'll start to see the results immediately. You don't have to start a race or anything. These are just either top list windows, these, or alert windows. Son of a, stick the bad word in. I mean, CGEM, this is exactly what I wanted it to do when I was in the short up here. It's all timing. Now it's awesome. But I'm not in it. Pepe, good one. I'll always catch myself. All right. Yeah, this one from yesterday. So, boy, this, oh, you're right. I thought I had a price alert set up here at the high of the day. I must have deleted it. Stupid. Very. I mean, because I probably would have taken this one when it broke the yesterday's high. I don't know how that, sure I had a price alert. I would have seen it in the pre-market for sure. Oh, I see. Well, JT, if you're asking me if I follow the kitty, no. I mean, when you say follow, depends what you mean. I'm aware of what's happening. Okay, but I'm not looking at his Twitter feed or anything like that. Oh man. And volume, yeah, good volume. 7.9 million shares. No idea. No idea if it's him or he got a hacked account. I have no idea. I know there's some rumors going around. It might have been a hacked account, but I don't know. I mean, they're just rumors. Yep, it did just halt again. All right, where could this open? Oh my goodness, it's not going to open here. It will not open here, but I'll just flash this on. 16? Yeah, it's not going to open at 16. It better not. There we go, 916. Still, 876 is the halt, and it is for JDZG. And so here is the potential open. Now, there is a part of me that might get involved in this one. Well, let's see. 237.57, so 242 plus 57. So we still have over 2 minutes before this opens if it's a 5-minute halt. I'll get this up and running here or presenting for you. And here's an oh now. If you were in this one, I hope nobody's in this one. Now you can see how that has dropped from 916 to 850, 830, 826. And as you can see, there's nothing saying when you see a price in this column, that's what it's going to be. So Okay, guys. Well, if it's going to be another 20 seconds or so, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt for JDZG, be interesting to see where it does open. I mean, it doesn't look good. There's the halt, 876. It's way under. Yeah, so look at that. Open way under, but the spread is crazy, and it got right back up. And this is getting halted again, I think. This is getting halted again, I think. Yes. Interesting. That's very interesting. Where it opened and then where it halted again. Yeah, that's why it's exciting. China IPO stock or China stock, well, China IPO stock. That's why they can be extremely exciting. Well, let's play the game again. Where could it open? 909 is the halt. I mean, that was really strange because it got all the way back down to like 8 something, and then it got back up to that halt price, popped right through. And now we'll see where it opens. So if it's another 5-minute halt, this will now yeah, so this got halted so soon after, and again, stupid server I'm on doesn't show it. So William, where did it get halted, or what was the time? It's probably 2:43:20, 2:43:20, usually about 30 seconds. All depends on the server you're on, and unfortunately, the server I'm on doesn't want to pick up these halts on soon after a resume. Yeah, 2:43:31. Okay, so 2:43:31, so 2:48:31. If it's a 5-minute halt, see if it opens then. Or is that a center point, RJ? You're talking about being able to short JDZG at center point? Oh, trade zero. Okay. I don't know too many people who are using trade zero. Anybody see a website or anything? Well, it's new yesterday, so it's possible there's nothing set up, but what time is it? If you give me a second here, I might be able to dig something out for you. Now that is a web address. I don't know what that's going to do for me, but there's a web address there. Probably all could all be in Chinese though. I don't know. Yep. Well, let's go English. This not. Well, that's kind of interesting. Well, that's the best I could do for you. Okay. Oh, I see. You tried it. Well, hopefully we haven't destroyed our computers, Curtis. Better check my. All right, now, oh gosh, look how crazy this is. So it did open again, and it got down to 8, and now look how crazy it is. Even my computer is saying. Well, the pre-market high was 1161 or so. 1160. Yeah, I got right up to 10. Pre-market high 1160. Oh, are you kidding me? MNDR is $2. When did William say he would take it? Unbelievable. This is that Singaporean IPO that got all the way up to 30. All right, so Pepe put in a link, stockanalysis.com/stocks/JDZG. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap this up for me. What I'm going to do for our YouTubers is put the main trading room link into your room so you can head over, and still want to talk about trading, you can. There'll be traders still there until 4 o'clock, okay? All right, guys. So thanks for all the help. As always, I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And YouTubers, I do have to shut you down.